The sky shattered into darkness without warning, a void swallowing the sun in an instant. Birds fell silent mid-flight, their songs cut short. Streets erupted into chaos, car horns blared, voices rose in confusion, and somewhere, a child cried out for their mother. In a makeshift lab, Dr. Elina Marcus stared at her monitors, her hands trembling as the data streamed in. This isn't possible," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of machinery. Across the globe, telescopes turned skyward, but the stars were gone. Only an impenetrable blackness remained. Then, a voice crackled through every frequency, every device cold and mechanical. "The end is not what you think." The words hung in the air, heavy and ominous as the world held its breath. What came next would defy every law of nature, every shred of human understanding. But for now, there was only the dark and the silence and the creeping dread that something vast and ancient was watching. Dr. Elina Carter adjusted her glasses, her eyes narrowing as she stared at the data streaming across her monitor. For weeks now, she had been tracking a series of gravitational anomalies, subtle ripples in the fabric of space-time that defied explanation. At first, she dismissed them as glitches in the equipment or perhaps interference from a passing comet. But as the patterns grew more pronounced, her curiosity turned to unease. These weren't random fluctuations, they were deliberate, almost purposeful. She called her colleague, Dr. Marcus Lee, into the lab. Marcus was a seasoned astrophysicist with a knack for seeing the bigger picture, even when the details seemed to blur. As he leaned over her shoulder, his face tightened. "This isn't natural," he said, his voice low but firm. "These readings, they don't align with any known celestial phenomena. No black hole, no neutron star, nothing we've ever catalogued. Something's out there, Elina, and whatever it is, it's coming for us." The words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and foreboding. Elina felt a chill crawl up her spine. She had spent her career studying the cosmos, unraveling its mysteries, but this was different. The anomalies weren't just growing stronger, they were accelerating. It was as if whatever was causing them was closing in, inch by inch, mile by mile, with a precision that felt almost sentient. Marcus pulled up a simulation on the screen, mapping the anomalies over the past month. The data points formed a spiral, tightening like a noose around the solar system. "Look at this," he said, pointing to a cluster of readings near the outer rim of the Kuiper belt. "The gravitational distortions are spreading. It's like a shadow creeping across the stars. If this keeps up, it's only a matter of time before it reaches us." Elina leaned back in her chair, her mind racing. She had always believed in the vastness of the universe, in the possibility of life beyond Earth. But this felt less like discovery and more like a warning. The anomalies weren't just a scientific puzzle, they were a harbinger of something far greater, something beyond human comprehension. "What do you think it is?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Marcus hesitated, his eyes fixed on the screen. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not from here. It's not bound by the laws we understand. And if it's moving this fast, we need to figure out what it wants before it's too late." The lab fell silent, the hum of the computers the only sound. Outside, the stars twinkled innocently, unaware of the darkness creeping toward them. Elina felt a strange mix of awe and dread. She had always looked to the stars for answers, but now, for the first time, she wondered if the answers were something humanity was ready to face. As the anomalies grew stronger, the questions only multiplied. What was out there? What did it want? And most importantly, what would happen when it arrived? The cosmos had always been a place of wonder, but now it felt like a ticking clock counting down to an event that would change everything. The world plunged into darkness. Not the kind of darkness that comes with nightfall, but an oppressive, all-consuming void that seemed to swallow the light itself. Across the globe, cities that once glowed with life were now shrouded in an eerie blackness. Power grids failed one after another, as if some unseen force had reached out and snuffed them out like candles. Communication networks collapsed, leaving billions of people isolated, cut off from each other in a way humanity had never experienced before. The black sky above wasn't just devoid of stars, it was a presence, a living shadow that seemed to press down on the earth, suffocating hope with its weight. In the chaos, Elina and Marcus found themselves in a small, dimly lit room, their only source of light a flickering emergency lantern. As former NASA scientists, they had been monitoring the strange anomalies in the sky since the first reports came in days earlier. The blackout had only deepened their unease. Neither of them could shake the feeling that this wasn't just a natural phenomenon, it was something far more sinister. And then, amidst the static of a barely functioning radio, they heard it, a signal, faint, distorted, but unmistakable. It wasn't a voice, not exactly. It was a series of tones, a pattern that their training immediately recognized as a transmission from deep space. Marcus scrambled to decode it, his hands trembling as he adjusted the dials. Elina watched over his shoulder, her breath catching as the message began to take shape on the screen. Just 4 words repeated in a loop: "They are here." Prepare. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Who were they, and what were they preparing for? Before either of them could speak, the screen flickered again, revealing a set of coordinates. Marcus punched them into the system, his face paling as the results came back. The coordinates pointed to a star system over 200 light-years away, a system that had been flagged years ago for unusual activity but had never been fully investigated. Elina's mind raced. She remembered the reports from the deep space probes, the faint signals that had been dismissed as cosmic noise. Could this be connected? The timing was too perfect to ignore. The blackout, the message, the coordinates, it all pointed to something far beyond their understanding, something that had been watching, waiting, and now, it seemed, had arrived. Marcus broke the silence, his voice low and urgent. "We need to get to the observatory. If there's any chance we can trace this signal, figure out what's happening, we have to act now." Elina nodded, her resolve hardening. The observatory was miles away, and with the blackout, the journey would be treacherous, but they had no choice. Whatever was coming, they needed answers, and they needed them fast. As they gathered their gear, the weight of the message settled over them like a shroud. "They are here," the words echoed in their minds, a grim reminder that the world they knew was gone, replaced by something darker, something alien. And as they stepped out into the blackness, the sky above seemed to pulse, as if it were alive, watching, waiting for the next move in a game they didn't even know they were playing. Elina and Marcus stood at the forefront of the command center, surrounded by the hum of activity. The room buzzed with tension and determination as they finalized the selection of their team. Scientists in lab coats exchanged hurried whispers, while military personnel adjusted their gear, their faces set in grim resolve. The coordinates they had decoded from the signal were now their only lead, a beacon in the vast, unknown expanse of space. Each member of the team had been chosen for their expertise, their courage, and their ability to adapt to the unimaginable. But as the final preparations were made, the weight of their mission began to settle over them like a heavy fog. One soldier, a seasoned veteran named Corporal Hayes, leaned against the wall, his arms crossed. His voice was low but carried an edge of unease as he muttered to no one in particular, "We're not ready for this. Whatever's out there, it's not human." The words hung in the air, stark and unignorable. Elina glanced at Marcus, catching the flicker of concern in his eyes. They both knew Hayes wasn't wrong. The signal they were chasing defied all known patterns of communication. It was alien in every sense of the word, but they also knew there was no turning back. Earth's skies had turned black, and the answers they sought might be the only chance humanity had left. The launch sequence began with a series of methodical checks, each step a reminder of the enormity of what they were about to undertake. The spacecraft, a sleek vessel retrofitted with the latest technology, stood ready on the launch pad, its engines humming with latent power. The team boarded in silence, the gravity of their mission muting even the most talkative among them. As the hatch sealed shut, Elina took her seat beside Marcus, her fingers brushing against the console as she double-checked the systems. She could feel the thrum of the engines beneath her, a steady pulse that mirrored her own racing heartbeat. The countdown began, and the tension in the cabin became palpable. 10, 9, 8. Each number seemed to stretch into eternity. 7, 6, 5. Elina's gaze flicked to the small viewport where Earth's darkened skies loomed like a shroud. 4, 3, 2. She closed her eyes for a moment, drawing in a deep breath. 1. Liftoff. The force of the launch pressed her into her seat, the roar of the engines drowning out all other sound. And then, as the spacecraft pierced the atmosphere, the noise gave way to an eerie silence. The view outside shifted from blackened clouds to the infinite expanse of space. Earth receded behind them, a pale, shadowy orb against the void. The team exchanged uneasy glances, the reality of their journey sinking in. They were leaving behind everything they knew, venturing into the unknown with no guarantee of what they would find, or if they would ever return. Elina turned to Marcus, her voice steady despite the turmoil she felt. "We've got this," she said, more to reassure herself than anyone else. Marcus nodded, his jaw tight with determination. As the spacecraft settled into its trajectory, the team began their work. Scientists analyzed the signal's data, while military personnel monitored the ship's systems for any anomalies. The air was thick with purpose, but beneath it all lay a current of doubt. Hayes' words echoed in Elina's mind, "Whatever's out there, it's not human." She couldn't shake the feeling that they were heading toward something far beyond their understanding. Yet, as she looked around at the faces of her team, she felt a flicker of hope. They were united by a shared goal, driven by the need to protect what remained of their world. The hours stretched into days as they traveled deeper into space, each moment bringing them closer to the coordinates. The signal grew stronger, its patterns more intricate, more deliberate. It was as if it were calling to them, guiding them toward an unknown destination. The team worked tirelessly, their focus unwavering despite the growing sense of unease. They knew the stakes, they knew the risks, and as the spacecraft hurtled through the void, they also knew there was no turning back. Whatever awaited them at the coordinates, it would change everything. As the crew of the Erebus approached the coordinates they had been tracking, the sensors lit up with an unexpected signal. Floating silently in the void of space was a derelict alien spacecraft, its hull pockmarked with scars of unknown origin. The ship was massive, dwarfing their own vessel, and its design was unlike anything they had ever seen. Jagged edges and asymmetrical curves gave it an almost organic appearance, as if it had grown rather than been built. The sight sent a chill through the crew, but curiosity overpowered their unease. This was the kind of discovery they had been searching for, proof of life beyond Earth. Captain Reyes ordered a cautious approach, and the Erebus maneuvered closer, its floodlights illuminating the alien vessel's darkened exterior. The surface was covered in strange, swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer under the light, as though alive. No visible thrusters, windows, or hatches could be seen, only those eerie symbols etched into the metal, glowing faintly in a color that none of the crew could quite describe. It was a hue that seemed to exist just outside the spectrum of human vision, something that made their eyes ache if they stared too long. After a tense debate, the crew decided to board the derelict. The airlock connected with a shuddering clang, and the team stepped inside, their boots echoing on the metallic floor. The interior was dimly lit by the same faint glow that emanated from the walls, casting long shadows that twisted and danced as they moved. The air was cold and stale, carrying a faint metallic scent that clung to the back of their throats. Every surface was covered in those same strange symbols, some carved deeply into the walls, others faintly traced as though by a trembling hand. As they ventured deeper into the ship, they stumbled upon a control room of sorts. In the center of the room was a console, its surface covered in more of those alien symbols. Engineer Patel attempted to decipher them, but the markings defied all attempts at translation. Suddenly, the console flickered to life, and a distorted voice filled the room. It was deep and guttural, speaking in a language none of them could understand. But amidst the static and chaos, one phrase came through clear as day: "You should not have come." The words hung in the air like a curse, and before anyone could react, the ship shuddered violently. The lights flared to life, blindingly bright, and the hum of power coursed through the walls. The crew scrambled to retreat, but the airlock door slammed shut with a deafening clang. They were trapped. Panic set in as they tried to force the door open, but it wouldn't budge. The ship seemed to have a mind of its own, its systems reactivating one by one. The symbols on the walls began to pulse rhythmically, as if in sync with some unseen heartbeat. Captain Reyes barked orders, urging the team to stay calm and find another way out, but the oppressive weight of the alien vessel pressed down on them. Every step they took seemed to echo louder, every breath they drew felt heavier, as if the ship itself was aware of their presence and disapproved. The crew split into smaller groups, searching for an alternative exit or a way to regain control of their own vessel. But the deeper they went, the more unsettling the environment became. The walls seemed to shift and close in around them, the symbols glowing brighter with every passing moment. It was as though the ship was alive, watching, waiting, and then, from the shadows, something moved. A faint scraping sound, like metal against metal, echoed through the corridors. It was impossible to tell if it was the ship itself or something else entirely, but one thing was clear: they were not alone. The air inside the alien ship grew colder, the metallic walls humming with an ominous energy. Marcus stood at the center of the chamber, his flashlight casting flickering shadows across the strange symbols etched into the walls. The team had thought this was a vessel, perhaps a relic of an ancient civilization. But as Marcus traced his fingers over the markings, his expression shifted from curiosity to dread. "This isn't a ship," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's a prison." The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Dr. Patel stepped closer, her breath visible in the chilling air. "A prison for what?" she asked, her voice trembling. Marcus didn't answer immediately. He was too focused on decoding the symbols, his fingers trembling as he followed the intricate patterns. The team watched in silence, the weight of the discovery pressing down on them. Finally, Marcus stepped back, his face pale. "It's not just a prison," he said. "It's a warning. These symbols, they say, the Devourer awakens. It consumes all." Before anyone could respond, the ship shuddered violently, the floor buckling beneath their feet. The team staggered, grasping for anything to steady themselves. The lights flickered, casting the chamber into a disorienting strobe of light and shadow. From deep within the ship, a low, guttural growl reverberated through the walls, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't mechanical, it was alive. "We need to get out of here," Commander Hayes barked, his voice cutting through the chaos. But even as he spoke, the shaking intensified, and a new sound joined the cacophony, a rhythmic thudding like the footsteps of something impossibly large. The air grew thicker, harder to breathe, as if the ship itself was resisting their presence. Marcus stumbled toward the exit, clutching the tablet with the deciphered symbols. "We were wrong," he said, his voice frantic. "We thought this was a relic, a piece of history, but it's not history, it's a countdown. The Devourer, it's been here all along, dormant." And we woke it up. The team moved as one, their training kicking in despite the overwhelming fear. But as they reached the corridor, the walls seemed to close in, the once straight passage now twisting and warping like a living thing. Behind them, the chamber they had just left erupted in a deafening roar, the sound of metal tearing and something massive breaking free. Dr. Patel glanced back, her flashlight catching a glimpse of movement in the darkness, a shadow, vast and shapeless, writhing like smoke but solid enough to crush steel. "Don't look back," Hayes shouted, pulling her forward. "Just run," but running felt futile. The ship was alive now, its corridors shifting and changing as if it was trying to trap them. The team's radios crackled with static, their comms useless in the chaos. Marcus kept his eyes on the symbols, desperately trying to find a way out. "There has to be a pattern," he muttered. "Something we missed." As they rounded a corner, the ship lurched again, throwing them to the ground. The thudding footsteps grew louder, closer, and the air was filled with a sickening hum, like the sound of 1,000 voices whispering in unison. The Devourer was awake, and it was coming for them. Marcus scrambled to his feet, his mind racing. "The symbols, they're not just a warning," he said, his voice steady despite the fear. "They're a map, a way out, but we have to move quickly. If it catches us." He didn't need to finish the sentence. The team understood. They were no longer explorers, they were prey. And the thing that hunted them was older than time itself, a force of destruction that had been imprisoned for a reason. The ship was its cage, and they had unlocked the door. As they sprinted through the twisting corridors, the sound of the Devourer grew louder, a cacophony of hunger and rage. The team's survival depended on Marcus's ability to decipher the alien map, and on their ability to outrun the nightmare they had unleashed. But with every step, the darkness seemed to close in, as if the ship itself was conspiring against them. And somewhere in the shadows, the Devourer waited, its hunger endless, its patience gone. The team had come seeking answers, but now all they could do was hope to escape with their lives, because if the Devourer caught them, there would be nothing left, not even a memory. The air aboard the ship grew colder, a sharp chill that seemed to seep into their bones. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their breath visible in the dim light. Suddenly, a low, guttural hum filled the corridor, vibrating through the walls. It wasn't mechanical, it was alive. Before anyone could react, a shadow darted across the ceiling, swift and unnatural. One of the crew members, a young engineer named Marcus, froze in place, his eyes wide with terror. "What is that?" he whispered, his voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, the shadow lunged. It moved faster than any of them could process, a blur of darkness that wrapped itself around Marcus. He let out a strangled cry, his hands clawing at the air as the entity enveloped him. The team watched in horror as his body began to dissolve, not into ash or blood, but into a swirling black mist. His screams echoed for a moment longer before they too were swallowed by the void. All that remained was the faint scent of ozone and the eerie silence that followed. Elina's voice cut through the tension like a knife. "We need to get out of here now." She shouted, her tone leaving no room for argument. The team sprang into action, their training kicking in despite the overwhelming fear. They moved as one, retreating down the corridor toward the ship's docking bay. But the entity wasn't finished. It pursued them with a relentless determination, its form shifting and flickering like a shadow given life. The walls around them began to warp, the metal groaning as if it were alive and in pain. Lights flickered and died, plunging sections of the ship into darkness. As they ran, the entity struck again. This time, it targeted the ship's systems, overriding controls and triggering alarms. A cascade of sparks erupted from a nearby panel, forcing the crew to duck and cover their faces. "It's trying to trap us," one of the team members yelled, his voice barely audible over the chaos. Elina pushed forward, her mind racing. She knew they couldn't outrun this thing, not in the traditional sense. It was playing with them, toying with their fear, and she had to find a way to turn the tables. They reached the docking bay, but the entity was already there, waiting. It loomed in the center of the room, its form shifting and pulsating like a living storm. The team hesitated, their weapons drawn but useless against something that seemed to defy physics. "Stay together," Elina commanded, her voice steady despite the panic clawing at her chest. "We can't let it separate us." The entity surged forward and the team scattered, each member fighting to stay out of its reach. It lashed out with tendrils of darkness, each strike leaving destruction in its wake. Control panels exploded and debris rained down from the ceiling. The ship groaned under the strain, its structural integrity failing with every passing second. Elina knew they were running out of time. If they didn't make it to their escape pod soon, the ship would collapse around them, or worse, the entity would consume them entirely. With a final, desperate push, the team reached the escape pod. They piled inside, their breaths ragged and their faces pale with fear. Elina slammed the door shut and initiated the launch sequence, her hands shaking as she worked the controls. The pod jolted free of the ship just as the entity reached it, its form slamming against the reinforced glass with a deafening crash. For a moment they thought it might hold. But then the glass began to crack, spiderweb fractures spreading outward as the entity pressed its weight against the barrier. The pod shot away from the ship, leaving the entity behind, or so they hoped. But as they looked back, they saw the trail of destruction it had left in its wake. The ship was crumbling, sections of it breaking apart and drifting into the void. And yet, even as they put distance between themselves and the horror they just escaped, none of them could shake the feeling that the entity wasn't truly gone. It was out there, somewhere in the blackness of space, waiting, and it knew where to find them. The tension aboard the ship was palpable, a heavy silence broken only by the hum of the engines and the occasional beep of the control panel. Marcus stood at the center of the command deck, his voice cutting through the stillness like a blade. "We have to warn Earth," he said firmly, his eyes scanning the faces of his crew. "If this thing reaches us, it's over. We're talking about the end of everything we know. We can't just sit here and hope it goes away." His words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes they faced. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of their decision pressing down on them. Elina, seated at the navigation console, was already deep in thought. Her fingers moved swiftly across the screen, analyzing the data streaming in from their sensors. "It's not just about warning Earth," she said, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "This entity, it's drawn to energy, massive, concentrated energy sources, and right now our engines are the brightest beacon in the void." She turned to face the others, her expression grim. "If we don't act soon, we're not just endangering Earth, we're painting a target on our own backs." The room erupted into a flurry of voices, each crew member weighing in with their own perspective. Some argued for immediate action, others for caution, but the underlying fear was impossible to ignore. Marcus raised a hand, calling for silence. "We don't have time for debate," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Elina, how long do we have before it reaches us?" She glanced back at the screen, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Hard to say for sure, but if it maintains its current trajectory and speed. Maybe a few hours, less if it accelerates." Her words sent a ripple of unease through the room. A few hours, that's all they had to decide their fate, and perhaps the fate of their entire planet. Marcus turned to the rest of the crew, his voice steady but urgent. "We need a plan, and we need it now. Elina, keep monitoring its movements. If it changes course, I want to know immediately. The rest of you start running simulations." We need to figure out how to minimize our energy signature without crippling the ship. And someone get me a direct line to Earth. If we're going to warn them, we need to do it before it's too late." As the crew sprang into action, Elina remained focused on her console, her mind racing. The entity's behavior was unlike anything they'd ever encountered. It wasn't just a mindless force of destruction, it was calculating, purposeful, and that made it all the more dangerous. "Marcus," she called out, her voice cutting through the noise. "There's something else. It's not just drawn to energy, it's consuming it. Every time it gets close to a power source, it absorbs the energy, growing stronger. If it reaches our engines, it won't just disable us, it'll use our own power against us." Marcus clenched his jaw, his mind racing through the possibilities. "So we're not just a target," he muttered. "We're fuel." The realization sent a chill through the room. They weren't just fighting for survival, they were fighting against a force that fed on their very technology, their lifeblood. And if they couldn't find a way to stop it, they'd be nothing more than a stepping stone on its path to Earth. The crew worked feverishly, their movements sharp and purposeful. Time was slipping away, and every second counted. Elina's discovery had changed everything. It wasn't just about escaping or warning Earth, it was about outsmarting an enemy that defied all logic. And as the entity drew closer, its presence looming like a shadow in the void, one thing became painfully clear: they were running out of options. The ship shuddered violently as the entity's tendrils lashed out, striking the engines with terrifying precision. Sparks erupted from the control panels, and the once steady hum of the reactor sputtered into an ominous silence. The crew staggered, clutching at anything solid to keep their footing. Elina's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. "Engines are down, we're dead in the water." Marcus gripped the edge of the navigation console, his knuckles white. "We can't just sit here, that thing's going to tear us apart." His eyes darted to the viewport, where the entity loomed like a shadow against the stars, its form shifting and pulsing with an alien rhythm. The air felt heavy, charged with a tension that made every breath harder to take. Elina's mind raced, her training kicking in. She scanned the ship's schematics on the flickering display, her fingers moving swiftly. "The reactor," she muttered almost to herself, then louder. "The reactor. If we overload it, we can create a blast strong enough to take that thing out." Her voice was steady, but there was no mistaking the gravity of her words. "It'll take out the ship too, but it's the only way." Marcus whirled around, his face a mask of disbelief. "Are you serious? Blow up the ship? There has to be another way." His voice cracked, desperation clawing at the edges of his tone. We can't give up like this." Elina met his gaze, her expression unflinching. "We're out of time, Marcus. That thing's already breached the lower decks. If we don't act now, none of us are making it out of here alive." She turned back to the console, her fingers flying over the controls. "I'm overriding the safety protocols. It'll take a few minutes to build enough pressure, but once it's set, there's no stopping it." The ship groaned as the entity's tendrils tightened their grip, the sound of metal creaking under immense strain echoing through the corridors. Somewhere in the distance, a distant crash signaled another section of the ship collapsing. The lights flickered, casting jagged shadows across the room. Marcus ran a hand through his hair, his mind racing. There's got to be another option. Something we're not thinking of. What about the escape pods or the auxiliary thrusters? Elina shook her head, her focus never wavering from the console. The escape pods won't get us far enough to escape the blast radius, and the thrusters are shot. That thing made sure of it. She paused, her voice softening just a fraction. "I know this isn't what you want to hear, but it's the only way to stop it. We're not just saving ourselves here. If that thing gets past us, it'll reach Earth. Billions of lives are at stake." Marcus slammed his fist against the console, the sound sharp in the confined space. There has to be another way, he repeated, his voice rising. But even as he said it, he knew she was right. The entity was relentless, its movements calculated and precise. Every second they hesitated, it grew stronger, more invasive. The ship was falling apart around them and the clock was ticking. Elina's hands stilled over the controls and she turned to face him fully. "Marcus," she said, her voice firm but not unkind. "This isn't about us anymore. It's about making sure that thing doesn't get a chance to hurt anyone else. We've got one shot to end this and we've got to take it." The weight of her words settled over the room, heavy and inescapable. Marcus looked away, his jaw tightening. He wanted to argue, to find some loophole, some miracle that would get them out of this alive. But deep down, he knew she was right. The entity wasn't just a threat to them, it was a threat to everything. And sometimes the only way to stop a monster was to become one yourself. Elina turned back to the console, her movements decisive. "I'm setting the timer, we've got 5 minutes. The ship shuddered again, a deep, resonant groan that seemed to come from the very heart of the vessel. Somewhere in the distance, alarms blared, their shrill tones a constant reminder of the danger closing in. Marcus took a deep breath, his hands clenching and unclenching at his sides. 5 minutes, he echoed, his voice barely above a whisper. 5 minutes to make peace with the inevitable. 5 minutes to say goodbye to everything they'd ever known. And yet, even as the enormity of it all threatened to overwhelm him, a strange sense of resolve began to take hold. If this was how it ended, then so be it. They would go out fighting, not just for themselves, but for everyone who couldn't. The tension aboard the ship was palpable, a suffocating weight pressing down on every breath. The crew moved with a grim determination, their faces set in hard lines as they prepared the reactor for detonation. Time was no longer a luxury, it was a ticking bomb, and every second brought them closer to the point of no return. Marcus worked alongside Elina, their hands moving in sync as they calibrated the reactor's controls. The hum of the machinery was deafening, a constant reminder of the power they were about to unleash. But even as they worked, a creeping dread settled over the ship. The entity was no longer outside, it was among them. It began subtly, a flicker of movement in the corner of an eye, a shadow that shouldn't have been there. Then came the whispers, faint and distorted, as if carried on a non-existent wind. The crew tried to ignore it, to focus on their task, but the entity was relentless. One by one, it picked them off, isolating them in the labyrinthine corridors of the ship. The first to go was Ramirez, the engineer. His scream echoed through the halls, a sound that sent chills down the spines of everyone who heard it. Then it was Carter, the medic, her voice cutting off mid-sentence over the comms. The crew's numbers dwindled rapidly, and with each loss, the sense of inevitability grew. Elina and Marcus found themselves alone in the reactor room, the last two standing. The air was thick with the acrid smell of ozone, and the reactor's glow cast eerie shadows on the walls. Elina's hands trembled as she input the final sequence, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is it, we're the last line of defense." Marcus nodded, his jaw clenched tight. There was no time for fear, no time for second-guessing. They had a job to do, and failure wasn't an option. The entity was close now, its presence a suffocating force that seemed to press in from all sides. The lights flickered, the ship groaning as if in pain. Marcus slammed the reactor room door shut, sealing them in. It wouldn't hold for long, but it would buy them enough time to finish what they'd started. Elina's fingers flew over the console, her mind racing as she double-checked the calculations. One wrong move and the entire ship, and possibly the planet below, would be obliterated. The stakes couldn't be higher. Marcus stood guard, his weapon trained on the door. Sweat dripped down his face as he listened for any sign of the entity's approach. The silence was unbearable, a heavy stillness that made every breath feel like a betrayal. Then a sound, a soft, wet scraping against the door. Marcus tightened his grip on his weapon, his heart pounding in his chest. Almost there, Elina muttered, her voice strained. She could feel the entity's malevolence seeping through the walls, a cold, invasive presence that threatened to overwhelm her. The reactor's hum grew louder, the power building to a critical level. Elina's fingers hovered over the final command, her mind racing through the consequences. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about making sure the entity could never threaten anyone else. She glanced at Marcus, their eyes meeting in a moment of unspoken understanding. They were out of time. With a deep breath, she activated the sequence. The ship shuddered violently, alarms blaring as the reactor began its countdown. The entity's presence surged, a wave of darkness that seemed to swallow the room whole. The door buckled under the strain, metal screeching as it bent inward. Marcus fired, the sound of his weapon deafening in the confined space. But it was useless. The entity was beyond bullets, beyond fear. Elina grabbed his arm, pulling him back as she shouted over the chaos. "It's done. We have to get out of here." But there was nowhere to go. The reactor room was their tomb, and they both knew it. As the countdown reached its final seconds, Elina and Marcus stood side by side, their resolve unshaken. The entity loomed before them, a shapeless, writhing mass of darkness that seemed to defy comprehension. And then, in an instant, the world turned white. The explosion was deafening, a blinding flash of light that consumed everything in its path. The ship, the entity, and the last two defenders of humanity were swallowed by the inferno. But in that final moment, as the light enveloped them, Elina and Marcus knew they had done what needed to be done. The sky might have turned black, but their actions would ensure that somewhere out there the light would endure. The reactor's core erupted in a cataclysmic burst, a searing wave of energy tearing through the ship's hull like paper. In an instant, the blinding light consumed everything: the vessel, the crew, and the monstrous entity that had clung to its exterior. For a brief moment, the void of space was illuminated as if a new star had been born, its brilliance drowning out the surrounding darkness. But as quickly as it flared, the light faded, leaving behind only silence and the faint echoes of the ship's final moments. The transmission came through moments later, crackling with static but unmistakably clear. It was the voice of Captain Elina Vasquez, her tone steady yet heavy with a grim resolve. "We stopped it," she said, her words cutting through the tension like a blade. "But it's not over. The sky, it's still black." The screen flickered, her image dissolving into static before going completely dark. In the command center on Earth, the room fell into a stunned silence. The weight of her words hung in the air, a chilling reminder that their victory was anything but absolute. For the leaders gathered in the room, the implications were immediate and devastating. The ship's sacrifice had bought them time, but the threat was far from neutralized. The entity, the blackness that had devoured entire star systems, still loomed out there, an unfathomable force of destruction. The transmission's final words echoed in their minds, a haunting refrain that refused to be ignored: "The sky, it's still black." What did it mean? Was the entity still alive, lurking in the shadows of space? Or had they merely delayed the inevitable, postponing the end for another day? The silence in the room was broken by the sharp clatter of a chair as Dr. Marcus Hale, the lead astrophysicist, stood abruptly. His face was pale, his hands trembling as he adjusted his glasses. "We need to analyze the data," he said, his voice urgent. Every second of that transmission, every fragment of data from the ship's sensors, it could hold the key to understanding what we're dealing with. His words sparked a flurry of activity as technicians and scientists scrambled to their stations, their movements frantic yet purposeful. The room, once paralyzed by shock, was now alive with a desperate energy. But even as they worked, a sense of unease lingered. The blackness wasn't just a physical phenomenon, it was something more, something that defied comprehension. It had consumed entire worlds, erased civilizations, and now it had claimed their ship and its crew. The thought of facing it again, of confronting the unknown on such a scale, was enough to send shivers down even the most hardened spine. And yet they had no choice. The stakes were too high, the consequences of failure too dire. As the hours passed, the first fragments of data began to emerge. The ship's sensors had captured something unprecedented in the moments before the explosion. A fluctuation in the entity's energy signature, a brief but significant shift that suggested it had been affected by the reactor's blast. But whether it was enough to destroy the entity or merely weaken it remained unclear. The data was incomplete, riddled with gaps and anomalies that defied explanation. It was a puzzle with missing pieces, a mystery that seemed to grow more complex with every passing moment. Among the leaders, tensions began to rise. Some argued for immediate action, urging the deployment of additional ships and resources to confront the entity head-on. Others cautioned against rash decisions, advocating for a more measured approach. The debate grew heated, voices rising and falling in a cacophony of fear and frustration. But beneath it all was a shared understanding, a grim acknowledgement of the stakes. They were standing on the edge of an abyss, staring into a darkness that threatened to consume them all. And through it all, the words of Captain Vasquez lingered, a ghostly reminder of the battle they had fought and the war that still lay ahead. The sky, it's still black. It was a warning, a prophecy, and perhaps even a plea. Whatever lay beyond the void, whatever awaited them in the depths of space, one thing was certain: this was only the beginning. The fight for survival was far from over, and the cost of victory would be higher than any of them could have imagined. On Earth, the once static black sky begins to shift, rippling like the surface of a dark, endless ocean. It's no longer just an absence of light. It feels alive, pulsating with an eerie energy that sends shivers down the spines of everyone who dares to look up. The phenomenon is unlike anything humanity has ever witnessed, a sky that moves, undulates, and breathes as though it holds a consciousness of its own. As the ripples grow more pronounced, strange lights begin to emerge, flickering in and out of existence. These lights aren't random. They form intricate patterns, geometric shapes that twist and spiral in ways that defy human understanding. Some see them as constellations rearranged, while others perceive them as alien hieroglyphs etched across the heavens. Scientists scramble to decode the patterns, but every theory falls short. The lights don't align with any known mathematical or astronomical principles. They don't belong to this world, or perhaps they belong to a world so far beyond ours that we can't even begin to comprehend it. In a dimly lit laboratory, a scientist stares at the data streaming in from observatories around the globe. Her hands tremble as she adjusts the settings on her monitor, trying to make sense of the chaotic signals. She's seen this kind of pattern before, but only in theoretical models, a hypothetical language of communication used by advanced civilizations. Her voice is barely audible as she whispers to her colleagues. It's a signal. They're calling for it. No one asks what she means by it. The dread in her tone is enough to silence the room. Whatever is out there, it's not just watching. It's waiting, and it's calling for something or someone. Across the world, panic spreads like wildfire. Social media is flooded with videos of the rippling sky and the cryptic lights, each one more unsettling than the last. Conspiracy theories explode, ranging from alien invasions to the wrath of ancient gods. Governments issue vague statements urging calm, but their words do little to quell the rising fear. People begin to stockpile supplies, barricade their homes, and prepare for the unknown. Religious leaders proclaim the end times, while scientists argue over whether the phenomenon is a natural anomaly or something far more sinister. Amid the chaos, a small group of researchers uncovers a chilling connection. The patterns in the sky correspond to seismic activity deep within the Earth's crust. Every ripple, every flicker of light coincides with a tremor subtle at first but growing stronger. It's as if the sky and the planet are communicating, locked in a dialogue that humanity is only just beginning to hear. The implications are terrifying. If the black sky is alive and if it's in sync with the Earth itself, what does that mean for the future of the planet? As the tremors intensify, so do the patterns in the sky. The lights grow brighter, their movements more deliberate, almost purposeful. It's no longer a question of if something will happen, but when. The world holds its breath, bracing for the next wave of horror. Whatever is coming, it's clear that humanity is no longer in control. The sky has spoken, and its message is one of impending doom. The only question left is, who or what is on the other side of that signal? Elina coughed, her lungs burning as she struggled to sit up in the cramped confines of the life pod. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and scorched metal, a grim reminder of the explosion that had torn their ship apart. Beside her, Marcus groaned, his face streaked with soot and a fresh cut above his eyebrow. "We made it," he muttered, his voice hoarse. "Barely." The pod's emergency lights flickered, casting eerie shadows across the small space. Outside, the void of space stretched endlessly, a vast, silent expanse punctuated only by the faint glow of distant stars. Elina reached for the control panel, her fingers trembling as she scanned the readouts. "Life support is stable," she said, more to herself than to Marcus. "But we're drifting, no way to navigate without the main systems." Marcus leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied the same panel. "We've got enough oxygen for a few days, maybe less if we're not careful. But if we don't find help soon..." He trailed off, the unspoken truth hanging heavy between them. Just as the weight of their situation threatened to crush them, a faint beep echoed through the pod. Elina froze, her breath catching. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. Marcus didn't respond immediately, his focus locked on the source of the sound. Then, with a sharp intake of breath, he pointed to the comms system. "It's a signal," he said, his voice tinged with disbelief. "A distress signal coming from somewhere close." Elina's heart raced as she adjusted the frequency, the static clearing just enough to reveal a faint, repeating pattern. It wasn't a voice, just a series of coded pulses, but it was unmistakable. Someone or something was out there calling for help. Marcus let out a low whistle, a wry grin spreading across his face. "We're not alone out here," he said, his tone equal parts relief and disbelief. "But who else is stupid enough to come this far?" Elina couldn't help but laugh, the sound brittle but genuine. "Maybe they're asking the same thing about us," she replied, her fingers already moving to plot a course toward the signal. The pod's thrusters sputtered to life, their faint hum a welcome sound after the deafening silence of space. As they drifted closer, the signal grew stronger, its rhythmic pulses almost comforting in their consistency. Elina couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just chance. The explosion, the life pod, the signal, it all felt connected, as though some unseen force was guiding them. Marcus seemed to sense her unease. "You think it's a trap?" he asked, his voice low. Elina hesitated, her gaze fixed on the glowing dot that represented their destination. "I don't know," she admitted, "but what choice do we have?" "We can't stay here," Marcus nodded, his expression grim but resolute. "Then we'll go in ready for anything. Stay sharp." The pod accelerated, the faint pull of momentum pressing them gently into their seats. Outside, the stars blurred into streaks of light as they moved closer to the source of the signal. Elina's mind raced with possibilities. Was it another ship, damaged and adrift like theirs? Or something else entirely. For now, there were no answers, only the steady pulse of the signal and the fragile hope that they weren't the only ones left in the vast, unforgiving expanse of space. The life pod shuddered as it locked into the docking bay of the massive research vessel, the clang of metal echoing through the chamber like a death knell. The airlock hissed open, revealing a dimly lit corridor that seemed to stretch endlessly into the darkness. Elina and Marcus stepped cautiously onto the vessel, their boots clicking against the cold, metallic floor. The atmosphere was heavy, almost suffocating, as if the ship itself was holding its breath. The crew they encountered looked like ghosts, pale, wide-eyed and trembling. Their uniforms were disheveled, their faces etched with a mix of exhaustion and terror. One man clutched a wrench like a weapon, his knuckles white from the grip. Another kept glancing over her shoulder, as though expecting something to lunge from the shadows. The tension was palpable, a living thing that wrapped itself around everyone on board. The captain, a tall woman with streaks of gray in her hair and a face hardened by years of command, approached them. Her voice was steady, but there was a crack in it, a fragility that betrayed her calm exterior. "We were studying the black sky," she began, her eyes darting to a nearby porthole where the void outside seemed to press against the glass. "We thought we were safe here, far from Earth, far from whatever caused it. But then something found us, something we couldn't see, couldn't understand. It attacked without warning, tore through the crew like they were nothing." Elina felt a chill crawl up her spine. "What do you mean, attacked?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The captain's jaw tightened. "It's still on board. We've sealed off the lower decks, but it's intelligent. It knows how to bypass our systems. We've lost contact with the engineering team. No one who's gone down there has come back." Marcus exchanged a glance with Elina, the unspoken realization passing between them. The entity, the same one they thought they destroyed in the explosion, had survived. It had followed them, or perhaps it had been waiting here all along. The thought sent a wave of dread through Elina's chest. They had hoped the explosion would be enough, that it would buy them time, but now it was clear. The entity was far more resilient than they'd imagined. The captain led them to the bridge where the crew was frantically monitoring the ship's systems. Screens flickered with data, red warnings flashing across the displays. One of the officers turned to the captain, his face pale. "It's in the ventilation system," he said, his voice trembling. "We've lost control of the environmental controls in Sector C. The temperature there is dropping rapidly." Elina's mind raced. The entity wasn't just a physical threat. It was manipulating the ship itself, using its systems against them. "We need to isolate it," she said urgently. "If it's in the vents, we can trap it, maybe force it into a containment field." But Marcus shook his head, his expression grim. "It's not that simple. This thing, it's not just alive, it's learning, adapting. Every time we think we've got it cornered, it finds a way out. We need to think bigger." The captain leaned heavily against the console, her shoulders sagging under the weight of the situation. "We've tried everything, every protocol, every contingency. Nothing works. It's like it's always one step ahead." As if on cue, the lights flickered and a low, guttural hum reverberated through the ship. The crew froze, their eyes darting to the shadows that seemed to deepen with every passing second. Elina felt her pulse quicken, her breath coming in shallow gasps. The entity was here, and it was toying with them. It wasn't just a predator, it was a hunter, and they were its prey. Marcus clenched his fists, his jaw set with determination. "We can't keep running," he said. "We need to face it, find a way to destroy it once and for all." Elina nodded, though a part of her doubted they could win. The entity was unlike anything they'd ever encountered, a force of nature, a shadow given form. But they had no choice. If they didn't stop it here, it would follow them wherever they went, a relentless, unstoppable force. The captain straightened, her eyes meeting theirs. "If you've got a plan, now's the time to share it, because if we don't do something soon, none of us are getting out of here alive." The words hung in the air, heavy and final. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, their fear a tangible presence in the room. But beneath the fear, there was something else, a spark of defiance, a refusal to go down without a fight. Elina took a deep breath, her mind racing as she began to formulate a plan. The entity was powerful, yes, but it wasn't invincible. Every predator had a weakness. They just had to find it, and if they failed, well, at least they'd go down fighting. The tension aboard the research vessel reached a breaking point as the entity's presence became impossible to ignore. What had started as faint whispers in the shadows of the ship's corridors had escalated into a full-blown hunt. The crew, once united by their mission, now found themselves scattered and desperate, each corner of the ship feeling like a death trap waiting to spring. The entity wasn't just a force of nature, it was a predator, and it was using the ship itself as its weapon. Doors that should have opened remained sealed, trapping crew members in isolated sections. Lights flickered ominously, plunging hallways into darkness at the worst possible moments. Even the life support systems seemed to turn against them, with oxygen levels dropping unpredictably in certain areas, forcing the crew to scramble for breath. Elina, ever the analytical mind, began to notice patterns. The entity wasn't just reacting, it was learning. Every move the crew made to defend themselves seemed to teach it something new. The first time they barricaded themselves in the cargo bay, it worked. But the next time, the entity had already figured out how to override the manual locks. When they tried to lure it into an airlock, it refused to follow, as if it had anticipated their plan. Elina's voice cut through the chaos during a rare moment of quiet, her tone grim but resolute. "It's getting smarter," she said, her words heavy with urgency. "We can't fight it the same way twice. It's adapting to us." The realization sent a chill through the group. This wasn't just a monster they could outwit or overpower. It was evolving, learning from every encounter, every failed attempt to stop it. And it wasn't just using the ship's systems, it was manipulating them with a precision that suggested an intimate understanding of the vessel's design. The entity seemed to know the ship better than they did, turning their own home against them. One by one, the crew began to fall. Dr. Harper, the ship's medic, was the first to vanish. She had been checking on a malfunctioning panel in the lower decks when the lights went out. By the time the team reached her, there was no trace of her, only a faint, oily residue on the floor that seemed to pulse faintly in the dim light. Next was Lieutenant Carter, the engineer who had been trying to repair the ship's communication array. He had been confident, even cocky, insisting that he could outsmart the entity. But when the team found his workstation, the tools were scattered, the console smashed, and Carter was gone. Elina's warning hung in the air like a storm cloud, ominous and unavoidable. The crew's morale was crumbling, their fear turning to panic. They couldn't rely on brute force or quick thinking anymore. They needed a new strategy, something the entity couldn't predict. But what? The ship was vast, but it was also a prison, every system now a potential weapon in the entity's hands. The crew was running out of time, and the entity was only growing stronger. As Elina stared at the flickering monitor in the control room, her mind raced. She knew they couldn't keep reacting, they had to act. But how do you outthink something that learns from your every move? How do you fight an enemy that knows you better than you know yourself? The answers were slipping through her fingers, and with every passing moment, the entity's grip tightened. The ship, once a symbol of human ingenuity and exploration, had become a tomb, its corridors echoing with the sounds of desperation and the cold, calculating presence of something far beyond their understanding. The crew had no choice but to keep moving, to keep trying. But as the entity closed in, one thing became painfully clear. Survival wasn't just about outrunning the threat. It was about outsmarting it, and time was running out. Marcus stood in the dimly lit control room, his hands gripping the edge of the console as he stared at the flickering screens. The entity, whatever it was, had been stalking the ship for hours, its presence growing more aggressive with each passing moment. The crew was running out of time. He turned to Elina, whose face was pale but determined. "We can't keep hiding," he said, his voice steady but urgent. "We need to take control of this situation before it takes control of us." Elina nodded, her eyes locked on his. "What do you have in mind?" Marcus began outlining his plan, his words quick and precise. "The cargo bay is the only space large enough to trap it. If we can lure it in there, we can seal the doors and eject the entire compartment into space. It's risky, but it's the only chance we've got." He paused, his gaze shifting to the rest of the crew. "We'll need bait, something or someone to draw it in." Before anyone else could speak, Elina stepped forward. "I'll do it," she said firmly. There was no hesitation in her voice, only resolve. "It's the only way. Just promise me you'll make it count." The room fell silent. Marcus studied her, a mix of admiration and dread tightening his chest. He knew the stakes, and so did she. If anything went wrong, if the entity reached her before they could trap it, he pushed the thought aside. "You're sure about this?" he asked, his voice quieter now. Elina gave a small, grim smile. "I've never been more sure of anything in my life." The crew moved quickly, each person taking their assigned role. Marcus coordinated from the control room, his fingers flying over the controls as he monitored the entity's movements. Elina made her way to the cargo bay, her heart pounding but her steps steady. She knew what she had to do. As she stepped into the vast, echoing space, she activated the emergency beacon, its pulsing light and low hum designed to attract attention. Within moments, she felt it, the air growing colder, the faint, almost imperceptible sound of something shifting in the shadows. The entity was coming. Marcus watched the sensors, his breath shallow. "It's heading your way," he said over the comms. "Get ready." Elina stood her ground, her back against the far wall of the cargo bay. She could see it now, a swirling, shifting mass of darkness that seemed to defy logic, its form constantly changing as if it were made of smoke and shadows. It moved toward her, slow but deliberate, and she forced herself to stay still, to wait for the right moment. "Now," Marcus shouted, his voice cutting through the tension. Elina sprinted for the exit as the cargo bay doors began to close. The entity lunged, its form elongating and twisting as it tried to reach her, but she was already through the threshold. The doors slammed shut, and Marcus initiated the ejection sequence. The entire bay shuddered as the mechanisms engaged, the sound of metal grinding against metal filling the ship. Through the viewport, they watched as the cargo bay detached, floating away into the void of space. For a moment, there was a collective sigh of relief. But it didn't last. The ship's alarms blared, and Marcus's screen lit up with warnings. "The entity, it damaged the hull on its way out," he said, his voice tight. "We've got a breach in Sector 3. Everyone, seal your suits and get to the emergency pods, now." The crew scrambled, the victory over the entity overshadowed by the new threat. Elina joined Marcus, her face still pale but resolute. "We did it," she said quietly. Marcus nodded, but his eyes were already scanning the damage reports. "We're not out of this yet," he replied, "but we bought ourselves a chance. Let's make it count." The research vessel, battered and scarred from its harrowing journey, drifted into Earth's orbit like a ghost ship returning from the void. Its hull bore the marks of cosmic violence, deep gashes from debris and strange, scorched patterns that seemed almost intentional, as if the ship had been marked by something far beyond human understanding. Inside, the crew moved like shadows, their faces hollow, their eyes haunted by the horrors they'd witnessed. Elina and Marcus, the mission's leaders, stood at the center of it all, carrying the weight of what they'd discovered and what they now knew was coming. As the vessel docked at the International Space Command, Earth's leaders waited with a mixture of anticipation and dread. They had seen the preliminary transmissions, the fragmented messages sent back during the mission's final days. But nothing could have prepared them for the full report. Elina stepped forward first, her voice steady but tinged with an urgency that sent a chill through the room. "The black sky," she began, "isn't just an anomaly, it's a warning, a sign that something far worse is on its way." Marcus, standing beside her, nodded grimly. He pulled up holographic images of the black sky, the swirling void that had consumed entire star systems. "We saw it firsthand," he said, his voice low. "It's not just an absence of light, it's alive, it's intelligent, and it's watching us." The room fell silent, the weight of his words sinking in. The leaders exchanged uneasy glances, their usual confidence replaced by a palpable fear. Elina continued, her tone shifting to one of desperate urgency. "This entity isn't just a natural phenomenon. It's a predator. It consumes stars, planets, entire civilizations, and now it's moving toward us. We don't have much time." She paused, allowing the gravity of her words to settle. "The black sky is just the beginning. It's the herald of something far more destructive. Something we're not prepared to face." The leaders pressed for more details, their questions rapid and frantic. But Marcus and Elina could only offer fragments of what they'd seen, the way the void seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy, the way it had responded to their presence as if it knew they were there. They spoke of the strange signals they'd intercepted, patterns of sound and light that defied all known physics, as if the void itself was trying to communicate, or perhaps to lure them in. As the meeting dragged on, it became clear that Earth's leaders were divided. Some argued for immediate action, for the mobilization of every resource to prepare for the coming threat. Others dismissed the warnings as the ramblings of a traumatized crew, insisting that the black sky was nothing more than a rare cosmic event. But Elina and Marcus stood firm, their conviction unshaken. "You don't understand," Elina said, her voice rising. "This isn't something we can ignore or explain away. It's coming, and if we're not ready, it will destroy everything." The meeting ended with no clear resolution, leaving Elina and Marcus with a sinking feeling of dread. They had done their part, they had delivered the warning. But would it be enough? As they left the command center, the weight of their mission pressed heavily on their shoulders. They had survived the black sky, but they knew the worst was yet to come. The void was out there, waiting, and time was running out. The world had always been divided by borders, politics, and ideologies, but the looming threat of the blackened skies forced humanity to set aside its differences. For the first time in history, Earth's governments united under a single, unprecedented alliance. It was not born out of goodwill or idealism, but necessity, a shared understanding that survival depended on collective action. The Global Defense Initiative, as it was called, became the last line of defense against an enemy no one fully understood. And at the helm of this monumental effort was Elina, a scientist whose brilliance had always been her defining trait. But now it was her burden. Elina stood in the newly constructed command center, a sprawling complex buried deep beneath the Swiss Alps. The walls were lined with screens displaying data streams from satellites, telescopes, and ground-based observatories. Every graph, every spike in radiation levels, every flicker of the strange energy signatures from the void above was a reminder of the stakes. She had been chosen to lead the project, a decision that made sense on paper. Her work on interdimensional physics and her discovery of the anomaly had made her the obvious choice. But as she stared at the endless streams of information, she felt anything but capable. The weight of billions of lives rested on her shoulders, and the enormity of it all threatened to crush her. Marcus found her in the quiet hours of the night when the command center was nearly empty. He could see the exhaustion in her eyes, the way her shoulders sagged under the invisible load. He had always been her anchor, the steady presence that grounded her when the chaos of her mind became too much. "You can't carry this alone," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "No one expects you to have all the answers, not yet." Elina shook her head, her fingers gripping the edge of the table. "But what if I don't find them in time? What if we're already too late?" Her voice cracked, the fear she had been holding back finally breaking through. Marcus stepped closer, placing a hand on her shoulder. "We'll figure this out, we have to." His words were simple, but they carried a weight of their own. They weren't just a reassurance, they were a vow, a promise that no matter how impossible the task seemed, they would face it together. The days that followed were a blur of strategy meetings, resource allocation, and endless debates. The Alliance brought together the brightest minds from every corner of the globe, but it also brought conflict. Old rivalries simmered beneath the surface, and mistrust threatened to undermine their efforts. Elina found herself not only battling the unknown but also navigating the complexities of human nature. She had to balance the egos of world leaders, the skepticism of fellow scientists, and the growing desperation of a population on the brink of panic. One of the first major challenges was communication. The Alliance spanned dozens of nations, each with its own protocols, languages, and priorities. Elina proposed a universal system, a streamlined approach to information sharing that would cut through the bureaucratic red tape. It was met with resistance at first. Some leaders feared losing control, others questioned her authority, but eventually the urgency of the situation won out. The Global Data Network was born, a real-time platform that allowed scientists, military personnel, and policymakers to collaborate like never before. It was a small victory, but it gave Elina a glimmer of hope. Still, the pressure never eased. Every decision she made had far-reaching consequences. When she authorized the construction of massive underground shelters, critics argued it was a waste of resources. When she prioritized research into the Anomaly's energy patterns over military defense, others accused her of being naive. The weight of those choices haunted her, but Marcus was always there, reminding her of the bigger picture. "You're doing what no one else can," he told her one evening as they reviewed yet another set of projections. "And that's why you're the right person for this." As the days turned into weeks, Elina began to see glimpses of progress. The Alliance's combined resources allowed them to accelerate their research, and new theories about the anomaly began to emerge. Some suggested it was a natural phenomenon, a cosmic event unlike anything humanity had ever witnessed. Others believed it was deliberate, a signal or even a weapon from an advanced civilization. Elina kept an open mind, knowing that the truth might be stranger than anyone could imagine. But even as the pieces started to come together, the question lingered in the back of her mind: would it be enough? The skies grew darker with each passing day, and the world watched with bated breath. Elina knew that time was running out, and the weight of that reality never left her. Yet, in those quiet moments with Marcus, she found the strength to keep going. Because if there was one thing she had learned, it was that hope was not just a feeling, it was a choice. And she chose to believe that humanity, united and determined, could face even the darkest of skies. The air on Earth grew heavy, as if the planet itself was holding its breath. People began vanishing without a trace, not in dramatic flashes of light or eerie portals, but as if they had simply been erased from existence. One moment, a man would be walking down the street, and the next, nothing but silence remained. No screams, no struggle, just an unsettling absence that left those who witnessed it questioning their own sanity. Families searched for loved ones only to find empty homes and cold cups of coffee on kitchen tables. The disappearances weren't isolated incidents. They were spreading like a plague, quiet and relentless. Then came the objects, ordinary things that seemed to take on a life of their own. A child's toy would roll across the floor without anyone touching it. A book would fall from a shelf, its pages flipping as if guided by invisible hands. At first, people dismissed these occurrences as tricks of the mind or pranks, but the frequency and intensity grew impossible to ignore. A woman in Paris reported her kitchen chairs rearranging themselves into a perfect circle every night. A farmer in Iowa claimed his tractor had driven itself into the fields under a moonless sky. The world was becoming a stage for something unseen, something that defied the laws of physics and logic. And then there were the whispers. At first, they were faint, almost imperceptible, like the rustle of wind through dead leaves. But soon they grew louder, more insistent. People would hear their names called in the dead of night, only to find no one there. Others reported hearing fragments of conversations, words they couldn't understand, spoken in voices that didn't sound human. The whispers seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing in empty rooms and deserted streets. Some who heard them claimed they felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if the voices were probing their minds, searching for something. Elina, still reeling from her encounter with the entity in the void, began piecing together the chaos. She had felt its presence lingering like a shadow that refused to fade. It wasn't just a memory or a scar, it was something tangible, something alive. The entity had left behind a fragment of itself, a seed planted in the fabric of reality. And now it was growing. She could feel it in the air, in the way the world seemed to tilt ever so slightly, as if the ground beneath her feet was no longer solid. The disappearances, the moving objects, the whispers, they were all connected, symptoms of a deeper, more insidious infection. She tried to warn others, but her words were met with skepticism and fear. "It's not gone," she insisted, her voice trembling with urgency. "It's here and it's growing." She described the fragment as a parasite feeding on the fear and confusion it created. The more people doubted, the more they questioned their own reality, the stronger it became. It thrived on chaos, twisting the world into a place where nothing made sense. And yet, it was subtle, almost imperceptible, like a virus spreading silently through a host. Elina's warnings were dismissed by many as the ramblings of a traumatized woman, but a few listened. Among them was a physicist named Dr. Marcus Hale, who had been studying the anomalies since they first appeared. He had detected strange fluctuations in the Earth's electromagnetic field, patterns that didn't align with any known natural phenomenon. When Elina shared her theory, he saw the connection immediately. "If this fragment is real," he said, "then it's not just altering our reality, it's rewriting the rules of existence itself." Together, they began to piece together a plan, a way to fight back against something that defied comprehension. But time was running out. The fragment was growing stronger, its influence spreading faster than anyone could have anticipated. The whispers were becoming voices, clear and commanding. The moving objects were no longer just shifting, they were attacking, and the disappearances weren't just random, they were targeted, as if the fragment was hunting, searching for something or someone. Elina knew they were running out of options. The fragment wasn't just a piece of the entity, it was the entity itself, adapting, evolving, and preparing for its next move. And if they didn't stop it soon, there would be no world left to save. Elina tightened her grip on the flashlight as she led the team deeper into the tunnels beneath the research facility. The air was thick with an unnatural chill, and the faint hum of the fragment's energy pulsed through the walls like a heartbeat. Marcus followed close behind, his face illuminated by the glow of his tablet as he monitored the readings. "It's spreading faster than we anticipated," he said, his voice low but urgent. This isn't just a localized anomaly anymore, it's behaving like a virus. The team paused as Marcus held up a hand, his eyes scanning the data. The fragment's energy signatures are replicating, he explained, pointing to the screen. It's infiltrating the surrounding environment, adapting and spreading through any conductive material, metal, water, even organic matter. If we don't act now, it could breach containment and reach the surface. Elina nodded, her mind racing. We need to isolate the affected zones, she said. Cut off its pathways before it can expand further. She turned to the team, her voice steady but commanding. Seal off the eastern tunnel first. It's the most compromised. Use the portable barriers and reinforce them with the electromagnetic dampeners. We'll buy ourselves some time. As the team moved into action, Marcus stayed close to Elina, his expression grim. We're dealing with something we don't fully understand, he admitted. If this thing is alive, or worse, sentient, it's not going to go down without a fight. Elina glanced at him, her jaw set. Then we'll give it one, she replied. But we need to stay ahead of it, no mistakes. The sound of machinery whirred to life as the team activated the dampeners, their electromagnetic fields humming in the confined space. For a moment, it seemed like the fragment's advance had slowed, but then, without warning, the lights flickered and a surge of energy rippled through the air. The fragment was fighting back. Get down, Marcus shouted, pulling Elina to the ground as a burst of energy arced across the tunnel, shattering one of the dampeners. The team scrambled to regroup, their faces pale with shock. It's adapting to our countermeasures, one of the scientists stammered. It's learning. Elina's mind raced as she assessed the situation. We need to change tactics, she said. If it's adapting, we have to outthink it. Marcus, can we redirect its energy? Force it into a feedback loop, Marcus frowned, running calculations on his tablet. It's risky, he admitted, but it might be our only chance. If we overcharge the dampeners, we could create a containment field strong enough to trap it, at least temporarily. The team worked quickly, their movements fueled by a mix of fear and determination. As they adjusted the equipment, the fragment's energy grew more erratic, lashing out in bursts of light and sound. The walls seemed to tremble and the air grew heavy with static. We're running out of time, Marcus warned. If this doesn't work, we'll lose control completely. Elina took a deep breath, her eyes locked on the glowing core of the fragment in the distance. Then we make it count, she said, on my mark. With a nod from Marcus, the team activated the overloaded dampeners, sending a surge of energy coursing through the tunnel. The fragment recoiled, its light dimming momentarily as the containment field took hold. But the victory was short-lived. The fragment pulsed once, twice, and then with a deafening roar, it shattered the field, sending the team sprawling. Elina struggled to her feet, her ears ringing. It's too strong, she muttered, her voice barely audible over the chaos. Marcus grabbed her arm, his face etched with urgency. We can't give up, he said. If we don't stop this now, it's not just us, it's everyone. We need to contain it before it's too late. The team regrouped, battered but resolute. As the fragment's energy surged around them, they prepared for one final attempt. The stakes were higher than ever, and failure wasn't an option. But as the fragment's light grew brighter, one question lingered in the air, unspoken but undeniable. Was it already too late? The air was thick with tension as the fragment of the cosmic anomaly began to shift and writhe, its form twisting into something grotesque and otherworldly. It pulsed with an eerie, iridescent glow, its surface rippling like liquid metal, yet jagged and fragmented, as though it were breaking apart and reforming itself constantly. The deserted city around them lay in ruins, its skeletal remains of buildings casting long shadows under the dim light of a sun that seemed strangely muted, as if the fragment's presence was leaching the vibrancy from the world itself. Elina tightened her grip on the experimental weapon in her hands, its surface humming faintly with barely contained energy. Beside her, Marcus adjusted his stance, his eyes never leaving the shifting mass before them. "This is it," Elina said, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "We can't let it reach the population centers. If it gets past us, there's no telling how many lives it could destroy, or worse, assimilate." The fragment seemed to respond to her words, its form shuddering violently before surging forward with a speed that defied its chaotic, unstable appearance. Marcus fired first, the experimental weapon emitting a sharp, crackling burst of energy that streaked through the air like a comet. The beam struck the fragment, causing it to recoil momentarily, but it quickly regained its momentum, its surface rippling as though absorbing the energy rather than being harmed by it. "It's adapting," Marcus shouted, his voice barely audible over the cacophony of the fragment's unnatural movements. Elina didn't hesitate. She activated her weapon, a sleek, cylindrical device that emitted a low, resonant hum. The air around it seemed to distort, as if the weapon was bending the very fabric of reality. She aimed carefully, her focus razor sharp, and unleashed a concentrated pulse of energy. This time, the fragment let out a guttural, almost organic sound, a scream that seemed to echo not just in the air but in their very minds. It staggered, its form flickering like a dying flame, but it didn't retreat. Instead, it began to expand, tendrils of its shifting mass lashing out like whips, carving through the ruins of the city with terrifying precision. "Fall back," Elina ordered, her voice cutting through the chaos. They retreated to a partially collapsed building, its walls offering some semblance of cover. Marcus reloaded his weapon, his hands moving with practiced efficiency despite the adrenaline coursing through him. "We need a new strategy," he said, his voice low but urgent. "If it's adapting to our attacks, we can't keep hitting it with the same energy signatures." "It'll just keep getting stronger," Elina nodded, her mind racing. "We need to disrupt its core structure," she said. "If we can destabilize it from within, we might be able to contain it, or at least slow it down." She pulled a small, spherical device from her belt, its surface covered in intricate circuitry. "This is a resonance emitter," she explained, holding it up for Marcus to see. "It's designed to create a feedback loop within energy-based entities. If we can get it close enough, it might disrupt the fragment's cohesion." Marcus's eyes narrowed as he considered the plan. "Getting close enough is going to be the hard part," he said. "That thing isn't just fast, it's unpredictable. One wrong move and we're done for." Elina's expression hardened. "We don't have a choice," she said. "If we don't stop it here, there won't be anything left to fight for." She activated the resonance emitter, its surface glowing faintly as it began to hum in sync with her weapon. "Cover me," she said, her tone leaving no room for argument. Marcus nodded, his grip tightening on his weapon. "Let's finish this." The two of them moved in tandem, their movements fluid and precise despite the chaos around them. Marcus laid down a barrage of energy blasts, each one carefully timed to keep the fragment off balance, while Elina darted forward, the resonance emitter clutched tightly in her hand. The fragment lashed out, its tendrils slicing through the air with terrifying speed, but Elina was faster. She weaved through the attacks with a grace born of desperation, her focus locked on the fragment's core, a pulsating, chaotic mass of energy that seemed to writhe and twist in on itself. With a final, desperate lunge, she slammed the resonance emitter into the core. The effect was immediate. The fragment let out a deafening roar, its form shuddering violently as the emitter's energy began to ripple through it. The air around them seemed to vibrate, the ground trembling beneath their feet as the fragment's form began to destabilize, its once cohesive mass fragmenting into chaotic, swirling tendrils of energy. "Now," Elina shouted, her voice barely audible over the cacophony. Marcus didn't need to be told twice. he unleashed a final, concentrated blast of energy, striking the fragment's core with pinpoint accuracy. The fragment let out one final, ear-splitting scream before its form collapsed in on itself, its energy dissipating into the air like smoke. For a moment there was silence. The city around them lay in ruins, but the fragment was gone. Elina and Marcus stood amidst the wreckage, their breathing heavy, their bodies trembling with exhaustion. They had won for now, but as they looked out over the desolate landscape, neither of them could shake the feeling that this was only the beginning. The fragment had been contained, but the anomaly itself still loomed, a dark and unknowable force that threatened everything they held dear. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world into shadow, they knew that their fight was far from over. The fragment, a grotesque amalgamation of shifting shadows and jagged edges, seemed unstoppable. Every attack, whether from Marcus's makeshift weapons or the desperate strikes of his companions, only seemed to fuel its regeneration. Bullets passed through it like smoke, and flames only made it writhe and reshape itself into something even more terrifying. It was as though the fragment thrived on destruction, feeding off their fear and frustration. Marcus's mind raced, searching for any clue that might give them an edge. And then, in a flash of insight, he noticed something strange. The fragment recoiled slightly when it brushed against a frosted pipe in the lab. It wasn't much, but it was enough. "Cold," Marcus shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "It's vulnerable to cold." The realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Extreme heat had done nothing, but maybe the opposite would. The fragment, sensing their renewed determination, lashed out with tendrils of darkness, forcing them to dive for cover. But Marcus was already formulating a plan. "We need to freeze it," he yelled, his voice urgent but steady. "There's a cryogenic facility nearby. We can trap it there." The group moved as one, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the face of this slim chance. The fragment pursued them relentlessly, its form shifting and contorting as it closed the distance. They sprinted through the labyrinthine corridors of the research facility, dodging debris and skidding around corners. Marcus led the way, his heart pounding in his chest, every step bringing them closer to the cryogenic chamber. The air grew colder as they neared the facility, the frost-covered walls glinting in the dim emergency lighting. As they burst into the cryogenic chamber, the fragment was right behind them, its malevolent presence filling the room. Marcus and his team worked quickly, overriding the safety protocols to activate the freezing mechanisms. The fragment seemed to sense the danger, thrashing violently as the temperature plummeted. Ice began to form on the walls, and the air grew so cold it burned their lungs. The fragment let out an unearthly wail, its form slowing as the cold sapped its energy. It tried to retreat, but the team had already sealed the exits, trapping it inside. The chamber was a blur of motion and sound, the roar of the cryogenic systems, the fragment's desperate cries, and the shouts of Marcus and his companions as they fought to keep it contained. The ice spread rapidly, encasing the fragment in a crystalline prison. Its movements grew sluggish, then ceased altogether as the cold overwhelmed it. For a moment there was silence, broken only by the hum of the machinery. But even as they caught their breath, Marcus couldn't shake the feeling that this was only a temporary victory. The fragment was contained, but its malevolence lingered, a reminder of the larger threat still looming over them. The cold had worked, but for how long? And what if there were more fragments out there, each as dangerous as this one? The questions swirled in his mind, but for now they had survived. And sometimes in a world turned upside down, that was enough. The containment chamber hummed faintly, its reinforced walls vibrating with a low, ominous energy as the fragment of the black sky pulsed within. Elina stood close, her face illuminated by the eerie glow emanating from the glass-like surface. Her voice, though steady, carried an edge of urgency. This is only a temporary solution, she said, her eyes never leaving the fragment. We need to find a way to destroy it permanently. Every second it exists, it grows stronger, more unpredictable. Marcus nodded, his expression grim. He crossed his arms, his gaze shifting between the fragment and the monitors displaying its erratic energy patterns. And we need to figure out what's causing the black sky before it's too late, he added, his voice low but firm. This isn't just about containing it anymore. If we don't stop it at its source, none of this will matter. The sky will consume everything. The weight of their task hung heavy in the air. The fragment, though small, seemed to radiate an almost sentient malice, as if aware of their efforts to control it. Elina stepped back, her hands trembling slightly as she adjusted the containment field settings. We've bought ourselves some time, she said, but not much. The energy readings are off the charts. Whatever this thing is, it's adapting. It's learning how to resist us. Marcus frowned, his mind racing. We need more data, he said. We need to understand how it works, how it's connected to the sky. If we can trace its origin, maybe we can find a way to sever that connection. He paused, glancing at Elina. You said it reacts to certain frequencies, right, like it's listening or communicating, Elina nodded. Yes, when we first captured it, the energy spikes corresponded with specific sound patterns. It's almost as if it's responding to something or someone. Her voice trailed off, and for a moment the room was silent except for the faint hum of the containment chamber. Marcus rubbed his temples, his thoughts swirling. If it's responding to sound, maybe we can use that to our advantage. If we can isolate the frequency it's attuned to, we might be able to disrupt its energy flow. But we'd need to act fast. If it's adapting, we can't afford to wait. Elina's eyes narrowed as she considered his words. It's risky, she said. If we disrupt its energy flow without knowing the full consequences, we could make things worse. We could destabilize it completely, or we could destroy it, Marcus countered. We're running out of options, Elina. We can't just sit here and wait for it to break free. We need to take the initiative. The tension between them was palpable, but it was born of necessity, not conflict. Both knew the stakes, both understood the cost of failure. Elina sighed, running a hand through her hair. All right, she said. We'll start testing frequencies, but we need to be careful. One wrong move, and this whole facility could be blown to pieces. Marcus nodded, his resolve hardening. Then we'll be careful, but we can't afford to hesitate. The black sky isn't waiting for us to figure this out. It's spreading, and if we don't stop it soon, there won't be anything left to save. As they turned back to the fragment, its glow seemed to intensify, as if daring them to try. The room felt colder, the air thicker, as though the very atmosphere was conspiring against them. But they had no choice. The clock was ticking, and the fate of the world, of everything, hung in the balance. Elina's fingers danced across the control panel, adjusting the containment field's parameters. Marcus watched intently, his mind already racing ahead to the next steps. They were scientists, yes, but in that moment they were also warriors, standing on the front lines of a battle they didn't fully understand. And as the fragment pulsed with a malevolent light, they both knew one thing for certain: the real fight was just beginning. Elina's fingers trembled as she carefully unrolled the brittle parchment, its edges crumbling like ash at the slightest touch. The air in the dimly lit chamber felt heavy, as if the walls themselves were holding their breath. Marcus stood beside her, his flashlight casting a narrow beam over the ancient symbols etched into the surface. The language was unfamiliar, yet somehow it resonated with a chilling familiarity. It was as if the words were whispering to them, begging to be understood. The text spoke of a time long before recorded history, when the sky itself had darkened without warning. The sun, once a beacon of life, had been swallowed by an unnatural void, plunging the world into an endless night. Crops withered, oceans turned cold, and civilizations crumbled under the weight of despair. But this wasn't just a tale of destruction, it was a warning. The ancient scribes had inscribed it with a sense of urgency, a plea to future generations. When the sky turns black, the passage read, "The Devourer awakens." Marcus leaned in closer, his breath fogging the glass case protecting the parchment. The Devourer, that thing we saw in the sky, the one that chased us, it wasn't the main threat, was it? Elina shook her head slowly, her mind racing. The entity they had faced, the one that had nearly cost them their lives, was just a scout, a harbinger of something far worse. The realization sent a shiver down her spine. The texts went on to describe a cosmic cycle, a recurring event that spanned eons. Every few millennia, the Devourer would awaken, drawn to worlds rich with life, only to consume them entirely. The ancient civilization that had penned these warnings had managed to survive by hiding, by burrowing deep into the earth and sealing themselves away from the horrors above. But even they had not been able to stop the Devourer, they had only bought themselves time. Elina's mind flashed back to the sky above the city, the way it had darkened so suddenly, the way the air had grown cold and still. She remembered the feeling of being watched, of something vast and unknowable lurking just beyond the veil of reality. It wasn't just a storm or a natural phenomenon. It was a predator, one that had been stalking their world for centuries, waiting for the right moment to strike. "We need to find out more," Marcus said, his voice low but firm. "If this has happened before, there has to be a way to stop it. These people, they survived. They must have left something behind, some kind of weapon or defense." Elina nodded, her determination hardening. The ancient texts were their only clue, their only hope. But as she scanned the crumbling pages, she couldn't shake the feeling that they were racing against an invisible clock. The sky had already turned black, the Devourer was awakening, and if they didn't act soon, there would be no one left to write the next chapter of Earth's history. The chamber seemed to grow colder as they worked, the weight of their discovery pressing down on them. Every symbol, every word was a piece of the puzzle, a fragment of a plan that had been set in motion thousands of years ago. They didn't have the luxury of doubt or hesitation. The fate of their world, and perhaps countless others, depended on what they did next. The black sky, once an impenetrable void, began to pulse, a slow, rhythmic throb that seemed to echo through the air like the heartbeat of some colossal, unseen beast. It wasn't just darkness anymore, it was alive, shifting and writhing as if the heavens themselves had become a living entity. People across the globe stared upward, their faces pale with a mix of awe and dread. The pulse was hypnotic, almost beautiful in its strangeness, but beneath that beauty lay something far more sinister. It was a harbinger, a warning that the world as they knew it was about to shatter. Elina stood on the rooftop of a crumbling skyscraper, her eyes fixed on the horizon. Her voice, steady but tinged with urgency, broke the silence. "They're here. The real invasion has begun." Her words carried a weight that sent shivers through those around her. This wasn't just another wave of chaos or a random cosmic event. This was something calculated, deliberate. The enemy had arrived, and then they appeared. Strange ships, sleek and angular, emerged from the pulsing blackness. They moved with an unnatural grace, gliding through the atmosphere as if defying the very laws of physics. These weren't the crude, metallic crafts of science fiction. They were something else entirely organic yet mechanical, their surfaces shimmering with an iridescent glow that seemed to shift colors depending on the angle of the light. They didn't descend so much as they unfolded, as if the sky itself was birthing them into existence. The world scrambled to respond, military forces already stretched thin from months of chaos, mobilized with a desperation born of sheer survival instinct. Cities were fortified, weapons stockpiled, and evacuation plans enacted. But this enemy was unlike anything humanity had ever faced. These weren't invaders from a neighboring country or even a rogue state. They weren't bound by the same rules of warfare, the same limitations of technology or biology. They were other, and that otherness made them terrifyingly unpredictable. Elina's mind raced as she watched the ships descend. She'd seen glimpses of this in her visions, shadows of a future that was now unfolding before her eyes. The enemy wasn't just here to conquer, they were here to transform. The pulsing sky, the alien ships, the eerie silence that accompanied their arrival, it all pointed to something far more insidious than a simple invasion. This was the beginning of a new order, a reshaping of reality itself. On the ground, panic spread like wildfire. Crowds surged through the streets, their fear palpable. Parents clutched their children, soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, and leaders frantically debated strategies that felt increasingly futile. The enemy's ships didn't attack immediately. They hovered, observing as if studying their prey. That silence was perhaps the most unnerving part of it all. It gave humanity time to think, to imagine the worst, and in that time, fear took root. Elina knew better than to underestimate them. She'd seen what they were capable of: entire cities reduced to ash, civilizations erased as if they'd never existed. But she also knew that humanity wasn't entirely defenseless. There were secrets hidden in the ruins of the old world, technologies and truths that could turn the tide. The question was whether they could uncover them in time. As the ships descended closer, the air grew heavy, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of Elina's neck stand on end. She glanced at the small group gathered around her: survivors, fighters, and those who still believed in a chance for victory. "This isn't the end," she said quietly, though her words carried an unshakable conviction. "It's just the beginning of the fight." The pulsing sky above seemed to respond, its rhythm quickening as if in anticipation. The enemy was here, and the world was about to learn just how unprepared it truly was. But in the face of that overwhelming darkness, there was still a spark, a stubborn, unyielding hope that refused to be extinguished. The battle for Earth had begun, and humanity would either rise to meet it or be consumed by the shadows. The sky above the city was a chaotic tapestry of fire and smoke, the alien ships descending like harbingers of destruction. Their sleek, metallic forms glinted ominously in the sunlight as they unleashed torrents of energy beams, each strike carving through skyscrapers as if they were made of paper. The ground shook with the force of the attacks, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of burning rubble. Major cities across the globe were under siege, their once thriving streets now transformed into war zones. Elina and Marcus stood on the edge of what was left of Central Command, their faces grim as they surveyed the devastation. "We can't just stand here," Elina said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. "If we don't act now, there won't be anything left to save." Marcus nodded, his jaw tightening as he gripped the hilt of his plasma rifle. Together, they rallied the remnants of their forces: soldiers, engineers, and civilians who had taken up arms in desperation. The counteroffensive began with a burst of energy, human-made weapons firing streams of projectiles and energy blasts toward the alien ships, but it was quickly clear that their efforts were futile. The alien vessels' shields absorbed every hit, their hulls unscathed. A single retaliatory strike from one of the ships obliterated an entire battalion, leaving nothing but a smoldering crater in its wake. Marcus ducked behind a collapsed wall, his breath ragged as he turned to Elina. "We're outmatched," he muttered, his voice low but laced with urgency. "If we keep this up, we're finished. We need a new plan, something they won't see coming." Elina's mind raced as she crouched beside him, her eyes scanning the battlefield. She knew Marcus was right. The aliens' technology was far beyond anything humanity had ever encountered. Their weapons, their defenses, even their tactics, all of it was designed to overwhelm and dominate. "We can't fight them head-on," she said, her tone firm. "We need to think smarter, not harder. Maybe there's a weakness we haven't found yet, something we can exploit." Marcus frowned, his fingers drumming against the side of his rifle. "Like what? We've tried everything: EMP pulses, thermal charges, even hacking their systems. Nothing works." He paused, his gaze flickering toward the horizon where more alien ships were descending. "Unless," his voice trailed off as an idea began to form, a flicker of hope in the midst of despair. "What if we hit them where they're not expecting it? Not their ships, but their energy source. Every machine has a power supply, right? If we can disrupt that, we might stand a chance." Elina's eyes widened as she considered his words. "You're talking about going after their core," she said, her voice tinged with both excitement and apprehension. "But we'd need to get close, too close. It's suicide." "Maybe," Marcus replied, his expression resolute. "But what other choice do we have? If we don't try, we lose everything. And I'd rather go down fighting than watch them burn the world to ash." The two leaders exchanged a determined look, the weight of their decision settling over them. They knew the odds were against them, but they also knew that giving up wasn't an option. As the alien ships continued their relentless assault, Elina and Marcus began to outline a daring plan, one that would require every ounce of courage, ingenuity, and sacrifice they could muster. It was a gamble, but in the face of extinction, it was the only move they had left. The battlefield roared around them, but for a moment there was a flicker of hope. A chance, however slim, to turn the tide, and for Elina and Marcus that was enough to keep fighting. Elina stood in the dimly lit control room, her fingers tracing the glowing lines of the alien interface. The screens pulsed with an eerie light, displaying streams of data she could barely decipher. But one thing was clear: the aliens weren't just here to observe or conquer. They were here to drain Earth's energy, siphoning it into their colossal ships that loomed in the sky like dark, silent predators. The realization hit her like a punch to the gut. This wasn't an invasion, it was a harvest, and Earth was the crop. She turned to Marcus, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "They're not just taking our land or our resources. They're taking the very lifeblood of the planet, its energy. If we don't stop them, there won't be anything left to fight for." Marcus frowned, his eyes darting between the screens and Elina's determined expression. "But how do we fight something that's literally feeding off the planet?" he asked. Elina's lips curled into a grim smile. "We don't fight it, we use it against them." The idea was audacious, almost reckless. If the aliens were using Earth's energy to power their ships, then overloading their systems might be the only way to bring them down. It was a gamble, but in a world where hope was as scarce as sunlight, it was the only move they had left. "We'll need to tap into their network," Elina explained, her mind racing as she laid out the plan. "Find a way to flood their systems with more energy than they can handle. If we can disrupt their power flow, even for a few seconds, it might be enough to cripple them." The room fell silent, the weight of the plan settling over everyone like a heavy blanket. Marcus broke the silence, his voice tinged with skepticism. "And if it doesn't work, if we just end up giving them more power?" Elina met his gaze, her resolve unshaken. "Then we'll have tried everything, but if we do nothing, we're already lost." Her words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes they were facing. The team sprang into action, gathering what little equipment they had left. Elina's hands moved swiftly, connecting wires and rerouting circuits, her mind a whirlwind of calculations and contingency plans. She knew the risks overloading the system could backfire spectacularly, potentially causing catastrophic damage to the planet's already fragile energy grid. But the alternative was unthinkable. The aliens were relentless, their ships growing stronger with every passing moment. If they didn't act now, there might not be another chance. As the final connections were made, Elina paused, her fingers hovering over the switch that would set the plan in motion. "This is it," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "If we can't beat them, we'll turn their own power against them." The words carried a weight that echoed through the room, a declaration of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. She glanced at Marcus, who gave her a nod of silent support. With a deep breath, she flipped the switch. The room erupted in a cacophony of sound and light as the system surged, sending a massive surge of energy coursing through the alien network. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the screens flickered, the data streams faltering as the overload took hold. Outside, the sky lit up with bursts of energy, the alien ships shuddering under the strain. Elina's heart pounded in her chest as she watched the chaos unfold, her mind racing to calculate the outcome. Would it be enough, or had they just sealed their fate? The answer hung in the balance, a fragile thread of hope stretched to its breaking point. The tension in the air was palpable as the team moved through the shadowy corridors of the alien ship, their footsteps muffled by the eerie hum of the vessel's inner workings. Every step felt like a gamble, every breath a calculated risk. Marcus led the way, his eyes sharp, his grip steady on the makeshift explosives they had cobbled together from salvaged parts. The plan was as simple as it was desperate. Plant the charges in the ship's core, cripple their enemy's command center, and buy humanity a fighting chance. But simple plans rarely survive contact with the unknown, and this ship was no exception. The core loomed ahead, a pulsating mass of alien technology that seemed almost alive, its metallic veins glowing faintly in the dim light. Marcus paused, glancing back at the team. "This is it," he said, his voice low but steady. "We either stop them here or we die trying." His words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes. There was no room for doubt, no time for hesitation. The team moved quickly, securing the explosives in place, their hands trembling not from fear but from the sheer weight of the moment. Each second felt like an eternity, the ship's hum growing louder, almost as if it sensed their presence. As the final charge was set, Marcus activated the detonator, the faint beep of the countdown echoing in the chamber. "Move," he barked, and the team sprinted back the way they had come, the ship's labyrinthine corridors now a blur of shadow and light. The countdown ticked away in their minds, a relentless metronome driving them forward. Just as they reached the extraction point, the ship shuddered violently, the explosion ripping through its core with a deafening roar. The shockwave sent them sprawling, the force of it reverberating through their bones. For a moment there was silence, a brief, almost surreal pause as the team caught their breath, the weight of what they'd done settling over them, but the silence didn't last. The explosion had torn through the alien ship, its fiery debris cascading into the void, taking out several smaller vessels in a spectacular chain reaction. It was a victory, however small, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Yet the aliens were not so easily defeated. Almost immediately, their forces retaliated with a ferocity that left no doubt about their resolve. Swarms of alien fighters descended, their sleek, otherworldly forms cutting through the chaos with terrifying precision. The team found themselves pinned down, their momentary triumph overshadowed by the overwhelming force bearing down on them. Marcus clenched his fists, his mind racing. They had struck a blow, but the war was far from over. As the alien assault intensified, the team fought back with everything they had, their determination unyielding even in the face of impossible odds. The battle raged on, a chaotic symphony of light and sound, each moment a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. But as the aliens pressed their advantage, it became clear that this was only the beginning. The sky had turned black, and the fight for survival had just entered its most desperate phase. The air was thick with a metallic tang, a bitter reminder of the alien ships that loomed overhead like vultures circling their prey. Cities that once stood as monuments to human ingenuity now lay in ruins, their skeletal remains clawing at the sky as if begging for mercy. Earth's defenses, once thought impenetrable, were crumbling under the relentless assault. It wasn't just an invasion anymore, it was a transformation. The aliens weren't merely destroying, they were reshaping the very fabric of the planet. Elina crouched behind the shattered remnants of a once vibrant marketplace, her breath shallow, her heart pounding against her ribs. Her eyes darted to the horizon where the alien machines pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly glow. They weren't just weapons, they were architects. Gigantic spires of blackened metal rose from the ground, twisting and writhing as if alive, their surfaces shimmering with a liquid-like sheen. The air around them warped, distorting reality itself as they siphoned energy from the Earth's core. She could feel the ground tremble beneath her boots, a low, guttural groan that seemed to echo the planet's despair. "They're not here to conquer us," Elina whispered, her voice barely audible over the distant hum of the alien machines. Her mind raced, piecing together the fragments of what she'd seen. The cities reduced to ash, the skies choked with unnatural storms, the rivers running black with a substance that defied explanation. They're here to remake the world. To terraform it into something else, something that belongs to them. Marcus stood beside her, his jaw clenched, his grip tightening on the battered rifle slung across his chest. His eyes, hardened by years of survival, flicked to the alien spires in the distance. "Then we'll make sure they fail," he said, his voice steady but laced with a quiet fury. "If they think they can take this planet from us, they've got another thing coming." The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what they meant. This wasn't just a fight for survival anymore. It was a battle for identity, for the right to exist as humans on a planet that had been their home for millennia. The aliens weren't interested in subjugation. They sought obliteration, a complete erasure of humanity's legacy. And in its place, they would build a world unrecognizable to those who had once called it home. Elina's mind flashed back to the early days of the invasion, when the world had still held onto a fragile hope. Back then, the aliens had been an enigma, their motives as inscrutable as their technology. But now, the truth was undeniable. The machines burrowing into the Earth's crust, the atmosphere thickening with alien particles, the ecosystems collapsing under the strain. It was all part of a larger design. A design that left no room for humanity. Marcus broke the silence, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. "We need to hit them where it hurts. Take out those spires, disrupt their machines. If we can stop the terraforming, we might just buy ourselves enough time to figure out how to fight back." Elina nodded, her resolve hardening. She knew the odds were against them. The aliens were relentless, their technology far beyond anything humanity had ever encountered. But as she looked at Marcus, at the determination burning in his eyes, she felt a flicker of hope. They weren't just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for everyone who had ever called this planet home. The two of them moved silently through the ruins, their footsteps careful and deliberate. Above them, the sky churned with unnatural colors, a swirling vortex of greens and purples that seemed to pulse with a malevolent energy. The air was thick with the scent of ozone and decay, a constant reminder of the alien presence. As they approached the nearest spire, Elina's heart raced. The structure towered above them, its surface alive with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and change as they watched. She could feel the heat radiating from it, a searing warmth that made her skin crawl. "This is it," Marcus said, his voice low. "We take this one down and we send a message. They're not invincible." Elina hesitated for a moment, her hand hovering over the detonator in her pack. The weight of what they were about to do pressed down on her, a crushing realization of the stakes. But as she looked at Marcus, at the unyielding determination in his eyes, she knew there was no other choice. With a deep breath, she activated the detonator. The explosion ripped through the air, a blinding flash of light and heat that sent shockwaves rippling through the ground. The spire shuddered, its surface cracking and splintering as the energy within it surged out of control. For a moment, there was silence, and then, as the dust began to settle, Elina and Marcus exchanged a look. It wasn't victory, not yet, but it was a start, a spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. As they turned to leave, Elina couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The aliens had come to remake the world, but humanity wasn't ready to give it up without a fight. And as long as there were people like Marcus and Elina willing to stand against the tide, there was still hope. Hope that one day the sky might turn blue again. The ocean roared around them as Elina and Marcus descended deeper into the abyss, the weight of the water pressing against their reinforced suits. The faint glow of their headlamps cut through the oppressive darkness, revealing jagged rock formations and strange, bioluminescent creatures that darted away at their approach. But it wasn't the alien sea life that held their attention. It was the massive, metallic structure looming ahead, half buried in the ocean floor. The facility was unlike anything they'd ever seen, its architecture both ancient and impossibly advanced, as if it had been waiting for them since the dawn of time. As they approached, the water seemed to shimmer unnaturally, as though the facility itself was distorting reality. Elina reached out, her gloved hand brushing against the smooth surface of the structure. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant vibration that echoed through her bones. "This is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the calm system. This is where it all started. Marcus moved closer, his eyes scanning the intricate symbols etched into the metal. They pulsed faintly, as if alive. These markings, they're not just decorative, they're instructions, a warning maybe. He traced one with his finger, and the symbol flared brighter, casting his face in an eerie blue light. "Whatever's inside, it's not meant for us, but we don't have a choice." With a series of careful maneuvers, they found an entrance, a circular portal that hissed open as they approached, revealing a long, dimly lit corridor. The air inside was cold and stale, yet charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. As they stepped inside, the door sealed behind them with a final, ominous click. They were trapped, but there was no turning back. The corridor led them deeper into the facility, its walls lined with more of the glowing symbols. Elina couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, that the very walls were alive. "This place, it's like it knows we're here," she said, her voice trembling despite her best efforts to stay calm. "It's reacting to us," Marcus nodded grimly. "Stay close, we don't know what we're dealing with." At last, they reached the heart of the facility, a vast, cavernous chamber that took their breath away. Suspended in the center was a machine of incomprehensible scale and complexity, its metallic arms twisting and turning like the branches of a tree. Above it, a swirling vortex of energy pulsed and churned, its dark tendrils reaching upward, piercing the ocean and extending into the sky. It was the source of the black sky, the engine of their world's destruction. Marcus stared at the machine, his face pale. "If we destroy this, we might have a chance." Elina's eyes widened. "Destroy it, Marcus, look at the size of this thing. Even if we could, what happens to us, to everything? We don't have a choice," he repeated, his voice firm. "If we don't stop this, there won't be anything left to save." Working quickly, they set charges around the base of the machine, their hands trembling as they armed the explosives. The air grew heavier with each passing second, the hum of the machine rising to a deafening roar. But just as they finished, the chamber erupted in a cacophony of alarms. The walls shifted, panels sliding open to reveal dozens of alien figures, tall, skeletal beings with glowing eyes and weapons that hummed with the same energy as the machine. Marcus grabbed Elina's arm, pulling her behind a nearby console. "We're out of time," he hissed. When I say go, run for the exit." Elina shook her head, her heart pounding. "No, we do this together." The aliens advanced, their movements unnaturally smooth, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruders. Marcus tightened his grip on his weapon, his jaw set in determination. "Then we fight." But as the first alien raised its weapon, the ground beneath them shuddered violently. The machine's vortex flared brighter, its dark tendrils lashing out like whips. The facility itself seemed to come alive, the walls pulsing with energy. The aliens hesitated, their glowing eyes flickering as if uncertain. Elina seized the moment. "Now," she shouted, slamming her hand on the detonator. The charges erupted in a blinding flash, the shockwave throwing them to the ground. The machine groaned, its metallic arms buckling under the strain. The vortex above them flickered, its dark tendrils retreating as the energy began to destabilize. But the victory was short-lived. The aliens recovered quickly, their glowing weapons trained on Elina and Marcus as they scrambled to their feet. The machine was damaged but not destroyed, and the aliens were closing in. "We need to move," Marcus yelled, pulling Elina toward the exit. As they ran, the facility began to collapse around them, the walls cracking and crumbling under the strain of the machine's destabilization. Behind them, the aliens gave chase, their glowing eyes burning with fury. The exit was close, but so were they. Elina's mind raced. They had come so far, risked so much. But as the walls closed in and the aliens closed the distance, she couldn't help but wonder if they had already lost. The air inside the facility was thick with tension, the hum of the machine growing louder, more erratic, as if it sensed the approaching end. Elina gripped her weapon tightly, her knuckles white, her breath shallow. Beside her, Marcus staggered, his face pale, blood soaking through the makeshift bandage on his side. The wound was deep, too deep, yet his voice was steady, his eyes locked on the monstrous device at the center of the room. "Finish it," he said, his tone firm despite the pain. "Destroy the machine." Elina hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. The machine loomed before them, a towering, pulsating mass of wires and metal, its core glowing with an unnatural light. It was the source of everything: the black sky, the chaos, the end of the world as they knew it. And yet, as she glanced at Marcus, his strength fading with every passing second, the weight of her choice pressed down on her like a physical force. Could she really leave him here? Could she really walk away and let him die? The sound of footsteps echoed behind them, snapping her back to the present. Enemy forces were closing in, their weapons drawn, their movements swift and calculated. There was no time to think, no time to second-guess. Marcus raised his weapon, firing off a few unsteady shots to hold them back, but his aim was faltering, his strength nearly gone. "Elina," he said again, his voice softer now, almost pleading. "You have to do this for all of us." Her hands trembled as she turned back to the machine, her mind racing. The instructions were clear: plant the explosive at the core, trigger the detonation, and run. But running meant leaving Marcus behind, and that was a thought she couldn't bear. She thought of the world outside, of the people she'd lost, of the countless lives hanging in the balance. And then she thought of Marcus, the man who had stood by her side through everything, who had risked his life again and again to keep her safe. The footsteps grew louder, the voices of their pursuers now unmistakable. Marcus fired again, but his weapon clicked empty. He tossed it aside, bracing himself against the wall as he struggled to stay upright. "Go," he urged, his voice barely above a whisper now. "Do it." Elina's vision blurred with tears as she stepped toward the machine, the explosive clutched tightly in her hand. Her mind screamed at her to turn back, to find another way, but she knew there wasn't one. This was it, the moment that would define everything. She reached the core, her fingers fumbling as she attached the device, the countdown ticking away in her mind. 10 seconds, that's all she had. 10 seconds to make the hardest decision of her life. She turned back to Marcus, her heart breaking as she saw the resolve in his eyes. He nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Go," he said again. "I'll hold them off." The words tore through her, but she couldn't stop now. She sprinted toward the exit, her legs moving on their own, her mind a whirlwind of fear and regret. Behind her, she heard the sound of gunfire, of shouting, of Marcus's voice rising above it all. And then, as she reached the door, the world erupted in light and sound, the explosion tearing through the facility with a force that knocked her off her feet. When she finally opened her eyes, the facility was gone, reduced to rubble and smoke. The sky above was still black, but the machine's hum was silent, its power extinguished. She lay there for a moment, her body trembling, her mind numb. And then, as the reality of what she'd done sank in, she let out a sob, the weight of her choice crashing down on her all at once. Marcus was gone, the world was saved, but at what cost? Elina's fingers trembled as she hovered over the detonator, the weight of the moment pressing down on her like the suffocating air of the collapsing facility. Around her, the alien machine loomed, its metallic hum resonating through the crumbling walls. She glanced at Marcus, his face etched with determination and fear. "Do it," he urged, his voice barely audible over the chaos. With a deep breath, she pressed the button. A deafening roar erupted as the charges detonated, the shockwave tearing through the machine's core. Sparks flew like dying stars, and the structure groaned under the strain, collapsing in on itself. The black sky above flickered, the oppressive darkness beginning to fade as the machine's influence waned. But the victory was fleeting. The aliens, their malevolent presence undeterred, launched a final, devastating assault. From the shadows, their towering forms emerged, their glowing eyes piercing through the dust and debris. The ground shook as they advanced, their weapons emitting a sinister hum that sent chills down Elina's spine. Marcus grabbed her arm, pulling her behind a fractured wall. "It's not over yet," he whispered, his voice low and urgent. "They'll keep coming. This was just the beginning." Elina's heart raced as she peered over the edge of their makeshift cover. The aliens moved with terrifying precision, their movements almost mechanical, yet imbued with a predatory grace. She clenched her fists, her mind racing for a way out. The facility was collapsing around them, the air thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning metal. "We can't stay here," she muttered, her voice trembling. "But where do we go?" Marcus's eyes darted around, scanning the crumbling environment. "There," he said, pointing to a partially intact corridor. "It's our only chance." As they sprinted toward the corridor, the aliens' weapons discharged, the blasts narrowly missing them. The walls around them crumbled, debris raining down like shards of glass. Elina's breath came in short, panicked gasps, her legs burning with exertion. But she couldn't stop, not now, not when they were so close. The corridor led to an emergency exit, its red light flickering weakly. Marcus slammed his shoulder into the door, forcing it open just as another blast shook the ground beneath them. The outside world greeted them with a sky that was no longer pitch black but still stained with remnants of the machine's influence. The air was thick with tension, the silence almost as oppressive as the darkness had been. Elina turned back, her eyes scanning the horizon. The facility was gone, reduced to rubble, but the aliens were still out there. Somewhere, waiting, Marcus's words echoed in her mind. "They'll keep coming." She felt a cold knot of dread tighten in her chest. This wasn't the end. It was just the beginning of something far more terrifying. Marcus grabbed her hand, pulling her forward. "We need to move," he said, his voice steady but urgent. "They'll regroup. We can't let them find us." Elina nodded, her resolve hardening. They had survived this far, but the fight was far from over. As they ran into the uncertain light of the fading sky, she couldn't shake the feeling that the aliens were watching, their unseen eyes tracking their every move. The battle for Earth had only just begun. The alien forces began to pull back, their once unstoppable armada now fractured and scattered. The skies above, once choked with their monstrous ships, began to clear. But this was no victory march, it was a retreat, not a surrender. Their strength had been diminished but not broken. Elina and Marcus emerged from the underground bunker, stepping into a world that felt both familiar and utterly alien. The oppressive blackness of the sky had lifted, replaced by a pale, sickly glow, as if the sun itself had been drained of its vitality. The air was thick with the acrid scent of scorched earth and molten metal, a grim reminder of the devastation that had unfolded. Elina shielded her eyes against the harsh light, her gaze sweeping across the landscape. Where once there had been cities, now there were only jagged ruins, skeletal remains of a civilization that had been brought to its knees. The streets were silent, save for the occasional groan of collapsing infrastructure or the distant echo of a survivor's cry. Marcus stood beside her, his expression grim, his usually steady hands trembling as he surveyed the wreckage. "We knew it would be bad," he said, his voice low, "but this is worse than I imagined." The scars of the invasion were everywhere. Towering spires of alien technology jutted from the ground like grotesque monuments, their surfaces pulsating with an eerie, otherworldly light. The remnants of humanity's defenses lay in twisted heaps, their once proud structures now reduced to rubble. And then there were the bodies, countless lives lost, their remains buried beneath the debris or left exposed to the elements. It was a landscape of despair, a haunting testament to the cost of survival. Elina knelt beside a small, charred teddy bear, its once cheerful face now blackened and distorted. She picked it up, her fingers brushing against the soot-covered fabric, and felt a lump rise in her throat. This wasn't just a war against an alien threat, it was a war for the soul of humanity. For every life lost, for every home destroyed, there was a story, a dream, a future that had been snuffed out. She clenched her fists, the weight of it all pressing down on her chest. "We won the battle," she said, her voice steady but laced with sorrow. "But the war's just beginning." Marcus nodded, his jaw tightening. He knew she was right. The aliens hadn't been defeated, they had been pushed back, but their presence still loomed over the planet like a shadow. The fight wasn't over, it had only entered a new phase. "We need to regroup," he said, his tone practical but tinged with urgency. "Find survivors, assess what's left of our resources, and figure out our next move. If we're going to stand a chance, we need to be smarter, stronger, and more united than ever." Elina stood, her resolve hardening. She looked at Marcus, her eyes blazing with determination. "We'll rebuild," she said. "Not just the cities, but ourselves. We've seen what they can do, and we've survived. Now we need to make sure we're ready for whatever comes next." As they walked through the desolate streets, the weight of their responsibility settled over them. The world they had known was gone, replaced by something darker, more uncertain. But in the midst of the ruin, there was a spark of hope, a defiance that refused to be extinguished. The battle had been brutal, but it had also revealed a resilience they hadn't known they possessed. And as long as that spark remained, there was a chance not just for survival, but for something greater. The war wasn't over, but neither were they. The skies had cleared, but the air felt heavy with unease. Earth was rebuilding, piece by fractured piece, yet the scars of the alien invasion were impossible to ignore. Cities once teeming with life now stood as hollow shells, their streets echoing with the ghostly whispers of what had been lost. Survivors banded together, their hands calloused from hauling rubble and their hearts hardened by grief. But even as they rebuilt, the shadow of the aliens loomed large. No one could forget the way the sky had turned black, the way their world had been torn apart in mere hours, and everyone knew this wasn't over, not yet. Elina stood on the edge of what used to be a bustling metropolis, now a skeletal remains of steel and glass. Her eyes scanned the horizon, not in search of hope but of the next threat. She had seen firsthand what the aliens were capable of, their ruthless efficiency, their cold indifference to human life. Beside her, Marcus adjusted the collar of his jacket, his expression grim. "We need to be ready," he said, his voice low but firm. "Next time we might not be so lucky." The words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and foreboding. Elina nodded, her mind already racing. They had survived the first wave, but survival wasn't enough. Not anymore. The aliens had retreated, but no one believed for a second that they were gone for good. The question wasn't if they would return, it was when. And when they did, humanity needed to be prepared. Elina and Marcus had become unlikely leaders in this new world. Her background in astrophysics and his military expertise made them a formidable team, but it was their shared determination that fueled their efforts. Together, they had begun piecing together a plan, a defense strategy that could protect Earth from another attack. It wasn't easy. The aliens' technology was light years ahead of anything humans had ever seen, their ships capable of moving through space with a speed and precision that defied comprehension. But Elina refused to be intimidated. "They're not invincible," she had said during one late-night strategy session. "We just need to find their weakness." The work was grueling. Days blurred into nights as they pored over data, analyzed fragments of alien technology, and consulted with the few remaining experts who had survived the invasion. Marcus was relentless, pushing himself and everyone around him to their limits. "We don't have the luxury of time," he would say, his voice edged with urgency. "Every second we waste is a second closer to their return." But it wasn't just about building weapons or fortifying defenses. Elina knew that humanity's survival depended on more than just brute force. The aliens had exploited Earth's divisions, its lack of unity. If they were going to stand a chance, they needed to come together, not just as nations, but as a species. "We can't fight them if we're fighting each other," she had argued during a heated meeting with world leaders. Her words had sparked a tense silence, but they had also planted a seed. Slowly, grudgingly, the survivors began to unite. Still, the weight of what lay ahead was overwhelming. Marcus often found himself staring at the night sky, wondering how much time they had left. The aliens had left their mark not just on the planet, but on its people. Fear had become a constant companion, a shadow that followed every step. But fear wasn't the only thing driving them. There was also defiance, a refusal to let their world be taken without a fight. As Elina and Marcus worked tirelessly to prepare for the aliens' return, they couldn't help but wonder, would it be enough? The aliens were a force unlike anything humanity had ever faced. But if there was one thing the survivors had learned, it was that even in the darkest of times, hope could be found. And sometimes hope was the most powerful weapon of all. The air was thick with tension as they stood side by side, their eyes fixed on the horizon. The aliens were out there, watching, waiting. And when they came back, Earth would be ready or it would fall trying. Either way, the fight wasn't over, not yet, not ever. The air in the observation room was thick with tension, the hum of machinery blending with the low murmur of voices. Elina stood in front of the massive display screen, her eyes fixed on the jagged lines of data streaming across it. The signals were faint but unmistakable patterns that defied natural explanations. These weren't random cosmic disturbances. They were deliberate, structured, and growing stronger by the hour. "They're not gone," she said, her voice cutting through the room's uneasy silence. "They're coming back and they're bringing reinforcements." Her words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and foreboding. The evidence was irrefutable. Deep space scanners had picked up clusters of energy signatures moving in perfect synchrony. It wasn't just one ship this time. It was an entire fleet, vast and unrelenting, advancing toward Earth with a precision that sent chills down the spines of everyone who saw the data. The news spread quickly, rippling through governments, military command centers, and civilian populations alike. The fragile sense of relief that had emerged after the initial attack evaporated, replaced by a growing sense of dread. People who had barely begun to rebuild their lives now faced the grim reality that the worst might still be yet to come. Cities still lay in ruins, resources were stretched thin, and the psychological toll of the first invasion had left scars that hadn't even begun to heal. In the days that followed, leaders scrambled to prepare for the next wave, but preparation was easier said than done. The world's defenses had been decimated in the first attack. Supply chains were shattered, fuel reserves were nearly depleted, and the global economy was teetering on the brink of collapse. Even the most advanced nations struggled to muster the manpower and equipment needed to mount a meaningful defense. Every decision felt like a desperate gamble, every strategy a patchwork of hopes and half-measures. Elina, now a key figure in the global response, worked tirelessly to decipher the alien signals. She spent hours poring over the data, searching for patterns, weaknesses, anything that could give humanity an edge. "They're not invincible," she insisted during one tense briefing. "Every system has a flaw, we just need to find it before it's too late." Her determination was infectious, a small spark of defiance in the face of overwhelming odds. But even she couldn't ignore the growing sense of hopelessness that permeated the ranks of scientists, soldiers, and civilians alike. In the streets, the mood was grim. People gathered in hushed groups, whispering about the coming storm. Some turned to prayer, others to protest, demanding answers that no one could provide. The media, once a source of constant updates and analysis, now struggled to find the words to describe the magnitude of the threat. Headlines screamed warnings, but the stories beneath them offered little solace. "What can we do?" became the question on everyone's lips, a desperate plea for guidance in the face of an existential threat. Meanwhile, in the shadows, darker forces began to stir. Opportunists and extremists seized on the chaos, spreading fear and division. Rumors of conspiracy theories and secret deals with the aliens spread like wildfire, further eroding the fragile unity that had emerged after the first attack. Governments, already under immense pressure, now faced the added challenge of maintaining order in a world that seemed to be unraveling at the seams. And yet, amid the turmoil, there were glimmers of resilience. Communities banded together, sharing what little they had and offering support to those in need. Scientists and engineers, working around the clock, managed to cobble together makeshift defenses using scavenged materials and ingenuity. Even in the face of despair, humanity refused to give up without a fight. But the question lingered, unspoken yet ever-present. Would it be enough? The alien fleet was vast, its technology far beyond anything humanity had ever encountered. Time was running out and the odds were stacked against them. As the world braced for the next wave, one thing was clear: this was no longer just a battle for survival. It was a test of humanity's will to endure, to rise above fear and uncertainty, and to find hope in the darkest of times. The air on Mars was thin, almost suffocating, as Elina and Marcus stood at the edge of a massive crater, staring down into the shadows below. The faint hum of machinery echoed from deep within, a sound that didn't belong on this barren planet. Elina adjusted her oxygen mask, her voice barely audible over the static of their comms. "This is it, they're here," Marcus nodded, his expression grim. "If we can take it out, we might buy ourselves some time." The outpost wasn't just hidden, it was buried, a sprawling network of tunnels and platforms carved into the Martian rock. The aliens had been busy constructing something far more advanced than the scattered probes humanity had sent over the decades. This wasn't a simple observation post, it was a staging ground. The faint glow of alien technology pulsed through the cracks in the rock, casting an eerie green light that made the entire structure feel alive. Marcus gestured to the team they'd assembled, a small but skilled group of survivors who had fought their way across Earth and now found themselves on this desolate world. There was no room for hesitation. Every second counted. We go in fast, hit their core systems, and get out before they know what's happening, he said, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Elina tightened her grip on her weapon, her eyes scanning the terrain for any signs of movement. "And if they're waiting for us?" she asked. Marcus smirked, though there was no humor in it. "Then we make sure they regret it." The descent into the crater was treacherous, the loose Martian soil shifting under their boots. As they moved closer to the outpost, the hum grew louder, a low, vibrating tone that seemed to resonate in their bones. The team moved in silence, their training kicking in as they approached the entrance, a massive, circular hatch that looked like it belonged on a spaceship, not buried in the ground. Elina crouched beside it, running a hand over the alien symbols etched into the metal. "This isn't just a door," she whispered. "It's a lock, and it's active." Marcus motioned for the team to spread out as he and Elina worked to bypass the mechanism. The seconds felt like hours, every click and hiss from the hatch making their hearts race. Finally, with a soft hiss, the door slid open, revealing a dark, cavernous interior. The air inside was warmer, thicker, and carried a faint metallic scent that made their skin crawl. "Stay sharp," Marcus whispered as they stepped inside, the weight of the situation pressing down on them. The outpost was a labyrinth of alien architecture, its walls lined with glowing panels and strange, organic shapes that seemed to shift when you weren't looking directly at them. The team moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the vast space. Every corner could hide an enemy, every shadow a trap, but there was no turning back. They had to know what the aliens were planning and, if possible, stop it. As they ventured deeper, the scale of the operation became clear. Massive machines, unlike anything they'd seen before, lined the walls, their purpose unclear but undeniably ominous. In the center of the largest chamber, a towering structure pulsed with energy, its surface covered in swirling patterns that seemed to writhe like living things. Marcus stared at it, his jaw tightening. "That's their power source," he said quietly. "Take that out, and this whole place goes dark." But before they could act, the air around them seemed to shift, a low hum rising to a deafening roar. The team spun around, weapons raised as the shadows seemed to come alive. Alien figures, tall, sleek, and terrifyingly fast, emerged from the darkness, their glowing eyes fixed on the intruders. Elina's heart pounded as she braced herself. "Looks like they were expecting us," she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her chest. Marcus didn't hesitate. "Then let's give them a fight they'll never forget." The team moved as one, their training and desperation driving them forward. The raid had begun, and there was no turning back. The fate of two worlds hung in the balance, and every second counted. The raid had been a success, but the cost was staggering. The team had breached the enemy's stronghold, secured the supplies, and even managed to destroy one of the Black Sky's communication hubs. Yet, as the dust settled and the adrenaline ebbed away, the weight of their losses pressed down on them like a suffocating fog. Bodies lay strewn across the battlefield, some familiar faces now still and lifeless. Elina stood amidst the wreckage, her hands trembling as she clutched the dog tags of a fallen comrade. Her voice was low, barely audible over the crackling fires and distant groans of the wounded. "We can't keep losing people like this," she said, her tone heavy with grief and frustration. "Every victory feels hollow when so many don't make it back. There has to be a better way to fight." Marcus stepped forward, his face streaked with soot and blood, his expression grim but resolute. He placed a hand on Elina's shoulder, his grip firm yet comforting. "You're right," he said, his voice steady despite the chaos around them. We've been reacting to their moves, playing defense for too long. It's time we take the fight to them. We need to hit them where it hurts, not just their resources, but their morale, their leadership. If we can strike at the heart of their operation, we might stand a chance." His words carried a quiet intensity, a determination born from years of survival and loss. The team gathered around, their faces a mix of exhaustion and resolve. Each of them had lost someone, friends, family, comrades, to the relentless advance of the black sky. The enemy's shadow loomed larger than ever, their influence spreading like a plague across the land. But in that moment, amidst the rubble and the fallen, a spark of defiance ignited. Elina wiped the tears from her eyes and straightened her stance. "Marcus is right," she said, her voice gaining strength. "We've been surviving, but that's not enough anymore. If we're going to end this, we need to be smarter, faster, and stronger. We need to turn their own tactics against them." The group began to strategize, their voices a murmur of ideas and plans. They spoke of sabotage, of infiltrating the black sky's inner circle, of disrupting their supply lines and sowing discord among their ranks. Each suggestion was met with nods and adjustments, the team working together to refine their approach. It was clear that this was no longer just about survival. It was about reclaiming what had been lost, about fighting back with everything they had. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the battlefield, Elina took a deep breath. The weight of leadership was heavy, but she knew she couldn't falter. "Not now. We'll honor the fallen by finishing what they started," she said, her voice ringing with conviction. "We'll find their weaknesses, exploit their arrogance, and make them regret ever crossing us." The team nodded in agreement, their resolve hardening with every word. The raid had been a success, but it was also a wake-up call. The black sky was a formidable enemy, but they were not invincible. The team knew the road ahead would be fraught with danger, but they also knew they had no choice. This was their fight, their chance to turn the tide. And as they prepared for the battles to come, one thing was clear: they would not stop until the sky was theirs once more. Elina's eyes scanned the dimly lit room, filled with scraps of alien technology salvaged from the wreckage outside. Her fingers brushed against the cold, metallic surface of a device that hummed faintly, its purpose still a mystery. She turned to Marcus, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "We've spent weeks running, hiding, trying to survive, but survival isn't enough anymore. If we don't fight back, we're just delaying the inevitable. We need to use what they've left behind, turn their own weapons against them." Marcus crossed his arms, his face a mixture of skepticism and concern. "You're talking about messing with technology we don't even understand. One wrong move and we could blow ourselves up, or worse, give them exactly what they want. It's too dangerous." Elina leaned forward, her gaze locking onto his. "Dangerous? Look around you, Marcus. The sky is black, the air is thick with ash, and we're running out of time. Every second we waste is another second they gain. This isn't about playing it safe anymore. It's about taking a chance, because if we don't, we lose everything." The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy and unrelenting. Marcus hesitated, his mind racing through the possibilities. He knew she was right, but the thought of tampering with alien tech sent a chill down his spine. "Even if we could figure out how to use it, there's no guarantee it'll work. What if we make things worse?" Elina's expression softened, but her resolve didn't waver. "We don't have a choice. This is our only shot. If we fail, at least we went down fighting. But if we do nothing, we're just waiting for the end." The room fell silent, the hum of the alien device the only sound breaking the tension. Marcus finally nodded, though his jaw remained tight. "All right, but we do this carefully, no reckless moves. We test everything before we even think about using it. And if there's even a hint that it could backfire, we pull the plug." Elina's lips curved into a faint smile, the first in days. Careful is fine, as long as we don't let fear stop us. She turned back to the device, her hands steady as she began to examine its intricate design. This thing, it's not just a weapon, it's a power source. If we can tap into it, we might be able to create something they've never seen before, something they won't expect. Marcus watched her work, his unease slowly giving way to a flicker of hope. And if it works, then we hit them where it hurts, Elina replied, her voice firm. We show them that humans aren't just prey, we're survivors, and we're not going down without a fight. The two of them worked through the night, piecing together fragments of alien tech and testing their theories. Every spark, every hum of energy brought them closer to a plan that could change everything. It was risky, yes, but as Elina had said, they didn't have a choice. The stakes were too high to play it safe. As dawn approached, the first rays of pale light breaking through the ash-filled sky, Elina held up a small, glowing device. This is it, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. This is our chance. Marcus looked at her, then at the device. For the first time in weeks, he felt something other than dread. It wasn't hope, not yet, but it was close. Let's just hope it's enough. Elina's grip tightened on the device. It has to be, because if it's not, we're out of options. The two of them stood there, the weight of their plan pressing down on them. The world outside was still dark, still broken, but for the first time there was a glimmer of something else. A spark of defiance, a flicker of light in the endless black, and for now that was enough. The tension in the air was palpable as the team slipped through the alien ship's defenses, their movements swift and precise. Every step felt like a gamble, every breath a risk. The alien vessel, a labyrinth of glowing corridors and strange, pulsating machinery, was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Marcus led the way, his voice a low murmur over the comms, guiding them toward their target, a piece of technology that could turn the tide in humanity's favor. Stay sharp, he whispered, his eyes scanning the eerie, bioluminescent walls. One wrong move and we're done for. The device they sought was deep within the ship's core, protected by layers of alien security systems. It pulsed faintly, a soft hum resonating through the chamber. As Marcus and his team worked to extract it, the air grew heavier, the silence more oppressive. Then, without warning, alarms blared, their shrill tones echoing through the corridors. The aliens had detected their presence. Marcus's voice cut through the chaos. We've got what we came for. Move now. The team sprinted through the ship, the stolen technology clutched tightly in Marcus's hands. Behind them, the sound of pursuit grew louder, alien footsteps, rapid and relentless, closing in. The corridors twisted and turned, a maze designed to disorient, but Marcus's instincts were razor-sharp. He navigated the labyrinth with a focus that bordered on supernatural, his team following close behind. As they burst onto the ship's docking bay, the sight of their own vessel was a fleeting relief. The aliens were hot on their heels, their figures emerging from the shadows, weapons drawn. Marcus didn't hesitate. Get us out of here, he barked, slamming the stolen device into the hands of their pilot, Elina. The ship roared to life, engines igniting with a deafening crescendo. They shot out of the alien docking bay, the vast expanse of space stretching before them. But the aliens weren't giving up, their ships sleek, menacing, and far faster than anything humanity had ever built were already in pursuit. The chase was on. Marcus gripped the back of Elina's seat, his voice steady but urgent. We need to lose them, or this whole mission is for nothing. Elina's hands flew over the controls, her every move calculated and precise. The ship weaved through asteroid fields, dodging debris and enemy fire with a grace that defied the odds. Behind them, the alien ships were relentless, their weapons lighting up the darkness with bursts of energy. The team's ship wasn't built for this kind of combat. It was a vessel designed for stealth, not speed or firepower. Every maneuver pushed it to its limits, the hull groaning under the strain. Marcus knew they couldn't outrun the aliens forever. They needed a plan, and fast. "Can we use the device?" one of the team members asked, desperation creeping into their voice. Marcus glanced at the stolen technology, its faint hum now a steady thrum. "Not yet," he said, his mind racing. "We need to get clear of their sensors first. If we activate it too soon, they'll track us no matter where we go." The chase continued, a deadly dance through the void of space. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity as the alien ships closed the gap. Marcus's thoughts were a whirlwind of strategy and instinct. They needed a way out, something the aliens wouldn't expect, and then it hit him. "Elina, take us toward the nebula," he said, his voice cutting through the tension. "They won't follow us in there." The nebula loomed ahead, its swirling gases a chaotic storm of color and light. It was dangerous, unpredictable, but it was their only chance. The ship veered sharply, plunging into the nebula's heart. The alien ships hesitated, their pursuit faltering as they faced the unknown. Inside the nebula, visibility was near zero, the ship's sensors overwhelmed by interference. Marcus clenched his fists, his eyes locked on the swirling chaos outside. "Now," he said, turning to the team, "activate the device." The stolen technology came to life, its hum growing into a resonant pulse. The ship's systems flickered, then stabilized. For a moment there was silence. Then the alien ships, once so close, so threatening, began to fade, their signals disappearing from the radar. Marcus exhaled, the weight of the moment pressing down on him. They had done it. For now they were safe, but the mission was far from over. The aliens would regroup, and when they did, the stakes would be even higher. Marcus turned to his team, his expression grim but determined. "We've got what we came for," he said, "but this is just the beginning." The ship emerged from the nebula, the stars ahead a quiet reminder of the vastness of space and the battles yet to come. The tension was palpable as the team made their escape, the alien technology secured but the cost of their victory still unknown. Behind them, the ship's engines roared, a desperate symphony of thrust and fire as they hurtled toward Earth. But even as they raced home, the air felt heavy with dread. They knew the aliens wouldn't let them go so easily. Elina gripped the console, her knuckles white, her voice steady but urgent. "We need to deploy the new defenses now, or we're finished." Her words cut through the chaos, a stark reminder of what was at stake. The technology they'd risked everything for, the very thing that might save humanity, was useless if they couldn't use it in time. The team exchanged grim glances, each of them understanding the weight of her words. They had no margin for error. Back on Earth, the world watched and waited, the skies above growing darker by the hour. News feeds were flooded with images of strange, shimmering lights in the atmosphere, a haunting precursor to the Alien Counterattack. Governments scrambled to coordinate, but the scale of the threat was unlike anything they'd ever faced. Entire cities were evacuated, their streets eerily silent, while military forces fortified their positions. It was a global effort, but even then, doubts lingered. Could they really stand against a force that had already decimated so much of their defenses? Elina's voice crackled over the global communication network, her tone unyielding. "This isn't just about survival anymore. It's about proving that humanity isn't just a speck in the universe, that we have the will to fight, to adapt, to endure." Her words ignited a spark of defiance, rallying the fractured nations into a unified front. The new defenses, based on the alien technology, were rushed into deployment. Massive energy shields were erected around key cities, while advanced weaponry was distributed to ground forces. The world held its breath, knowing that the final battle was upon them. And then it began. The aliens descended in waves, their ships blotting out the sun, their weapons tearing through the atmosphere with terrifying precision. The first strikes hit hard, testing the limits of Earth's new defenses. Cities shook under the onslaught, but the shields held barely. Elina and her team, now back on the ground, worked tirelessly to stabilize the systems, their every move a race against time. The aliens were relentless, their tactics evolving with each assault, but humanity refused to yield. In the streets, soldiers and civilians alike fought side by side, their determination unshakable. The air was thick with the sounds of battle explosions, gunfire, and the unmistakable hum of alien energy weapons, but amidst the chaos there was a strange, almost defiant unity. For the first time in decades, the world was truly united, not by borders or ideologies, but by the shared will to survive. Elina stood at the heart of the storm, her eyes scanning the horizon. "This is it," she murmured, more to herself than anyone else. "This is where we make our stand." The final battle wasn't just about technology or firepower. It was about resilience, about the unbreakable spirit of a species that refused to be extinguished. And as the aliens pressed their attack, humanity rose to meet them, ready to fight for every last inch of their world. The sky burned with the light of 1,000 explosions, the ground trembled beneath their feet, and yet in the face of overwhelming odds, hope endured. The battle wasn't over, not yet, but for the first time since the darkness had fallen, there was a flicker of light, and in that light, humanity found the strength to keep fighting. The sky above was no longer a canvas of stars, but a chaotic storm of alien warships, their metallic hulls glinting ominously as they descended in overwhelming numbers. Earth's defenses, though valiant, were crumbling under the sheer force of the invasion. Cities burned, and the air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the deafening roar of explosions. Elina gripped the stolen alien device tightly, her hands trembling not from fear but from the weight of what they were about to attempt. Beside her, Marcus stood resolute, his eyes locked onto the horizon where the enemy forces were closing in. "This is it," he muttered, his voice steady but urgent. "We have one shot at this." The stolen technology was unlike anything humanity had ever seen, a sleek, pulsating orb that seemed to hum with a life of its own. It was designed to disrupt the alien ship's energy cores, a vulnerability Elina and Marcus had discovered during their daring infiltration of the enemy's command center. As they activated the device, a surge of energy rippled through the air, visible as a shimmering wave that expanded outward. Alien ships began to falter, their once impenetrable shields flickering and failing. The tide of the battle was shifting, but the aliens weren't going down without a fight. Elina's fingers danced across the controls, her mind racing as she adjusted the device's frequency. "We need to amplify the signal," she shouted over the cacophony of battle. "If we don't, it won't reach their main fleet." Marcus nodded, his face a mask of determination as he worked to stabilize the power output. The ground beneath them shook as another wave of alien ships unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, but they held their ground. Around them, human soldiers rallied, emboldened by the sight of the enemy's vulnerability. "Keep pushing them back," Marcus roared, his voice cutting through the chaos. "It's working." The aliens, now aware of the disruption, began to regroup. Their ships formed a defensive formation, but it was too late. The stolen technology had already destabilized their command structure, causing confusion and disarray among their ranks. Elina and Marcus seized the opportunity, coordinating with the remaining human forces to launch a counterattack. Fighter jets streaked across the sky, their missiles finding their mark as the alien ships struggled to maintain their formation. On the ground, infantry units advanced, their resolve unshakable as they pressed forward against the once unstoppable invaders, but the aliens weren't finished. A massive warship, larger than any they had encountered before, emerged from the clouds, its shadow casting a chilling darkness over the battlefield. Its weaponry was unlike anything they had seen, a colossal cannon that glowed with an eerie, otherworldly light. "That's their command ship," Marcus said, his voice tense. "If we don't take it down, this whole thing is for nothing." Elina's mind raced as she recalibrated the device, her hands moving with precision despite the chaos around her. "We need to target its core," she said, her voice firm. "If we can overload it, we might stand a chance." The battle reached its peak as the human forces launched a desperate assault on the alien command ship. Elina and Marcus, working in perfect sync, directed the stolen technology's energy toward the warship's core. The air crackled with intensity as the device reached its maximum output, its humming growing louder and more erratic. For a moment, it seemed as though the aliens would prevail, their massive warship looming like an indomitable force. But then, with a blinding flash of light, the command ship's core erupted, sending shockwaves rippling through the atmosphere. The alien fleet, now leaderless and disoriented, began to retreat, their once unstoppable advance halted by the bravery and ingenuity of humanity's defenders. As the dust settled, Elina and Marcus stood amidst the wreckage, their faces etched with exhaustion but also with triumph. The stolen technology had worked, but the cost had been high. Around them, the remnants of the battle served as a stark reminder of how close they had come to annihilation. Yet, in that moment, there was hope, a fragile but undeniable belief that humanity could survive even against the odds. The sky, once blackened by the alien invasion, began to clear, the first rays of sunlight piercing through the clouds. It was a new dawn, but the fight was far from over. The aliens retreated, their shadowy forms dissolving into the night sky like smoke caught in a sudden gust of wind. The air was thick with the acrid smell of scorched earth and the faint hum of their ships fading into the distance. Elina stood at the edge of the ruined barricade, her hands trembling slightly as she gripped the hilt of her weapon. She knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. "We need to take the fight to them," she said, her voice steady but edged with urgency. The others turned to her, their faces smeared with dirt and exhaustion. "If we don't, they'll keep coming back, and next time they'll be stronger, smarter. We can't keep playing defense." Marcus stepped forward, his boots crunching over the debris. His expression was grim, but there was a flicker of determination in his eyes. "She's right," he said, his voice low but carrying the weight of conviction. "This has gone on long enough. It's time to end this once and for all." The words hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of what they were suggesting. Taking the fight to the aliens wasn't just a bold move, it was a gamble, a desperate one. They had no idea what lay beyond the veil of the stars, no clear understanding of the enemy's capabilities or their numbers. But one thing was certain, staying put was no longer an option. Elina turned to the group, her gaze sweeping over the faces of those who had fought beside her. Each one bore the marks of the struggle, scars, both physical and emotional, that told the story of everything they'd endured. "We've survived this long because we've worked together," she said. "But if we're going to win, we need to do more than survive. We need to strike back, and we need to do it now while they're regrouping." Marcus nodded, his jaw tightening. "We've got one advantage: they don't expect us to come after them. We've been on the defensive for so long, they probably think we're too weak to fight back." But they're wrong. The group murmured in agreement, a spark of hope igniting in their weary eyes. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Elina felt the weight of the moment settle on her shoulders. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about reclaiming their world, about proving that humanity wasn't just a fleeting blip in the cosmos, but a force to be reckoned with. "We'll need a plan," she said, her mind already racing with possibilities. "Something bold, something they won't see coming." Marcus crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in thought. We've got limited resources, but we've got ingenuity on our side. If we can find a way to hit them where it hurts, their command structure, their supply lines, we might stand a chance. Elina nodded, her eyes narrowing as she considered the stakes. It's risky, but so is doing nothing. If we don't act now, we'll just be waiting for the next wave. And the next, until there's nothing left. The group fell silent, the weight of the decision pressing down on them. But there was no hesitation in Elina's voice, no trace of doubt. She had seen too much, lost too much, to let fear dictate their next move. As the first light of dawn began to creep over the horizon, casting long shadows across the battlefield, Elina turned to face the group once more. "This isn't just about us," she said quietly. "It's about everyone who's counting on us, everyone who can't fight. If we don't do this, no one will." The words resonated, a quiet reminder of the stakes they were fighting for. It wasn't just their lives on the line, it was the future of humanity itself. And as the group began to gather their weapons and prepare for what lay ahead, Elina felt a surge of resolve. This time, they wouldn't wait for the enemy to come to them. This time, they would bring the fight to the stars. The airlock hissed open, revealing a landscape that seemed ripped from the nightmares of a dying star. Elina stepped onto the cracked, jagged surface of the alien's homeworld, her breath fogging the visor of her helmet. The planet was a graveyard of obsidian spires and rivers of molten rock, the sky a swirling maelstrom of ash and ember. Behind her, Marcus adjusted his gear, his voice steady but heavy with resolve. "This is it," he said, his words cutting through the static of their comms. "We either stop them here or we die trying." The team moved forward, their boots crunching against the brittle ground. Every step felt like a gamble, the terrain unstable and treacherous. Elina scanned the horizon through her visor's augmented display, her heart pounding in time with the faint tremors beneath her feet. The planet's atmosphere was thin, the air toxic, and the gravity uneven. Conditions that made every movement a battle against the environment itself. But they had no choice. This was the end game. Marcus took point, his rifle slung low but ready. His eyes darted across the terrain, searching for signs of the enemy. "Stay sharp," he murmured, his voice a low growl. "They're here, I can feel it." The team formed a tight formation, their training kicking in as they advanced. Each member carried the weight of their mission, the knowledge that failure meant not just their deaths, but the annihilation of everything they'd fought to protect. Elina's mind raced as they pressed on. She thought of Earth, of the billions of lives hanging in the balance. The aliens had brought humanity to the brink of extinction, their relentless advance leaving nothing but ruins in their wake. This planet, this desolate wasteland, was the heart of their empire, the source of their power. If they could destroy it, they might just turn the tide. But the cost would be unimaginable. As they approached the crest of a jagged ridge, the team halted. Below them stretched a massive crater, its edges glowing with the faint light of molten lava. At its center stood a monolithic structure, its surface pulsating with an eerie, bioluminescent glow. It was unlike anything they'd ever seen, a fusion of organic and mechanical design, alien and incomprehensible. "That's it," Marcus said, his voice barely above a whisper. Their command center, the heart of their operation. Elina's grip tightened on her weapon. "We don't have much time," she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her chest. "If we're going to do this, we need to move fast. One wrong step and we're done." The team exchanged glances, their faces hidden behind the reflective visors of their helmets. There were no words of encouragement, no grand speeches. Just the silent understanding that this was their moment, their last, desperate chance. Marcus nodded, his jaw set. "We go in hard and fast, no hesitation. Once we're inside, we plant the charges and get out. No heroes, no martyrs, just the mission." The team murmured their agreement, their voices tinged with a mix of fear and determination. They knew the odds were against them, that the aliens would throw everything they had to stop them, but they also knew they had no other choice. As they descended into the crater, the ground beneath them trembled, a low rumble that seemed to reverberate through their very bones. The air grew thicker, the heat more intense, as if the planet itself was alive and aware of their presence. Elina's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in short, shallow gasps. She could feel the weight of the mission pressing down on her, the knowledge that the fate of humanity rested on their shoulders, but there was no room for doubt. No time for fear. They had come too far to turn back now. As they reached the base of the monolith, Marcus turned to the team, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "This is it," he said, his eyes locked on each of them in turn. "For Earth, for everyone we've lost, let's finish this." The team moved forward, their steps deliberate and purposeful. The final confrontation was upon them, and there was no turning back. The aliens' homeworld had become the stage for humanity's last stand, and Elina and Marcus were ready to give everything they had to ensure that stand would not be in vain. The dim glow of the alien stronghold pulsed ominously in the distance, casting eerie shadows across the jagged terrain. The team moved in silence, each step calculated, each breath measured. The air was thick with tension, a palpable reminder of the stakes they faced. Elina crouched low, her eyes scanning the towering structure ahead. "We need to destroy their command center," she whispered, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "If we can do that, we can cripple their entire operation." Her words hung in the air, a stark acknowledgement of the mission's gravity. Marcus nodded, his grip tightening on his weapon. "Let's make it count," he replied, his tone resolute. There was no room for doubt now. Every second counted, every decision could mean the difference between survival and annihilation. The team exchanged brief glances, a silent pact forged in the face of overwhelming odds. They knew what they were up against, an enemy far more advanced, far more ruthless than anything they'd encountered before. But they also knew they had no choice. This was their moment, their last chance to turn the tide. As they advanced, the scale of the alien stronghold became increasingly apparent. Towering walls of an otherworldly material loomed above them, shimmering faintly as if alive. Strange symbols etched into the surface glowed faintly, pulsating in rhythm with the structure's eerie heartbeat. The team moved with precision, their training kicking in as they navigated the labyrinthine exterior. Every corner, every shadow held the potential for danger. Alien sentries patrolled the perimeter, their movements precise and mechanical, their glowing eyes scanning the darkness. Elina signaled for the team to halt, her sharp instincts picking up on a pattern in the sentries' patrol routes. "We've got a 5-second window," she murmured, her eyes locked on the nearest sentry. "We move fast, stay low, and stick to the plan." The team nodded, their movements synchronized as they prepared to breach the stronghold's defenses. The first obstacle was a massive door, seemingly impenetrable, its surface covered in the same glowing symbols. Marcus stepped forward, pulling a small device from his pack. "This should buy us some time," he said, attaching it to the door's surface. The device hummed softly, its lights blinking rapidly as it worked to override the alien technology. Seconds felt like hours as the team waited, their breaths shallow, their senses on high alert. With a soft click, the door slid open, revealing a dark, cavernous interior. The air inside was colder, heavier, carrying with it a faint metallic scent that made the hairs on the back of their necks stand on end. Elina took the lead, her weapon at the ready as they ventured deeper into the stronghold. The walls seemed to close in around them, the alien technology humming softly, almost as if it were aware of their presence. They moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing faintly in the vast space. The command center was their target, but reaching it would require navigating a maze of corridors, each one more treacherous than the last. alien drones hovered in the air, their mechanical eyes scanning for intruders. The team ducked behind a cluster of strange, crystalline structures, their surfaces refracting the dim light in mesmerizing patterns. "This place is a fortress," Marcus muttered, his voice barely audible. "We're going to need more than just luck to pull this off." Elina's eyes narrowed as she studied the layout ahead. "Luck's got nothing to do with it," she said. "We've got each other, and that's enough." Her confidence was unwavering, a beacon of hope in the face of insurmountable odds. The team pressed on, their determination unshaken. They knew the risks, but they also knew the cost of failure. The fate of their world rested on their shoulders, and they weren't about to let it slip away. As they approached a towering archway, the air grew heavier, the hum of alien technology growing louder. Beyond the arch lay the heart of the Stronghold, the command center. Elina paused, her gaze fixed on the pulsating core in the distance. "This is it," she said, her voice firm. "We take that down, and we give humanity a fighting chance." Marcus adjusted his grip on his weapon, his expression grim but determined. "Let's make it count," he repeated, his words a solemn vow. The team exchanged one last look, a silent affirmation of their shared purpose. Then, with a deep breath, they stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever lay ahead. The odds were against them, but they were prepared to fight, not just for survival, but for the future of their world. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burnt metal as the team pressed forward, their boots crunching over shattered glass and debris. The command center was close, just a few more corridors to navigate, but every step felt like a gamble. The aliens had anticipated their move, and the once quiet hallways now echoed with the guttural growls and clicking sounds of their otherworldly foes. They were waiting, ready to defend their stronghold with a ferocity that left no doubt. This was their last stand. Marcus led the charge, his rifle steady despite the chaos. His voice cut through the din, sharp and commanding. "Stay tight, watch your corners." The team moved in formation, each member covering their assigned sector, but the aliens struck with a speed that defied logic. They poured out of hidden alcoves, their sleek, dark forms blending seamlessly with the shadows. The first wave came fast, claws slashing and jaws snapping. The team opened fire, the deafening roar of gunfire mingling with the alien shrieks that filled the air. The battle was brutal. Bodies fell on both sides, human and alien alike. One of the team's engineers, a young woman named Kara, went down first, her scream cut short as an alien pounced. Marcus pivoted, firing a burst that sent the creature reeling, but it was too late. Kara was gone, the loss hit hard, but there was no time to mourn. The aliens kept coming, their numbers seemingly endless. Then Marcus himself was hit. A jagged claw tore through his side, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood stained his uniform as he gritted his teeth, trying to push himself upright. His team hesitated, instinctively moving to help him, but Marcus waved them off, his voice strained but firm. "Keep going, don't stop for me." His words were a command, not a plea. He knew the mission was bigger than any one of them. The command center was the key, the only way to shut down the alien signal that was calling in reinforcements from deep space. If they didn't reach it soon, the entire planet would be overrun. The team pressed on, their resolve hardened by Marcus's sacrifice. The corridor ahead was a gauntlet, littered with the bodies of fallen comrades and the twisted forms of dead aliens. Every step was a fight, every corner a potential ambush, but they were close now. The command center's doors loomed ahead, reinforced and imposing, but within reach. As they approached, the aliens redoubled their efforts. A massive, hulking creature, something they hadn't seen before, emerged from the shadows, its armored hide deflecting bullets like they were nothing. It roared, a sound that vibrated through the walls, and charged. The team scrambled, firing everything they had, but the beast kept coming. It wasn't until one of the soldiers, a demolitions expert named Reyes, managed to plant an explosive charge on its flank that the creature finally fell, its body collapsing in a heap of smoldering flesh and shattered armor. The victory was short-lived. More aliens were closing in, their numbers overwhelming. The team knew they had only seconds to breach the command center and disable the signal. With a final, desperate effort, they forced the doors open, spilling into the room beyond. What they found inside would change everything, but that's a story for another time. For now, they had a mission to complete, and Marcus's words still ringing in their ears, "Keep going." Elina sprinted through the dimly lit corridors, her boots echoing against the cold metal floor. The command center loomed ahead, a massive structure pulsating with an eerie alien light. Every step felt heavier than the last, the weight of humanity's survival pressing down on her shoulders. She clutched the explosives tightly, their cold, unyielding surface a stark reminder of the stakes. This was it, the final push to end the alien invasion once and for all. As she reached the command center, the air grew thick with tension. The room was a labyrinth of alien technology, strange symbols glowing faintly on the walls, and a low hum reverberating through the space. Elina moved swiftly, her training guiding her as she planted the explosives at key structural points. Her hands trembled slightly, but her resolve never wavered. Each explosive was placed with precision, calculated to bring the entire stronghold crashing down. She could feel the seconds ticking away, the countdown to humanity's last hope. Just as she set the final charge, a deafening screech tore through the air. The aliens had discovered her. They surged into the command center, their grotesque forms moving with unnatural speed. Elina's heart raced as she raised her weapon, firing relentlessly to hold them back. Bullets ricocheted off their armor like skin, but she didn't falter. She fought with everything she had, her movements sharp and deliberate. The aliens clawed at her, their jagged limbs slicing through the air, but Elina stood her ground. She was a force of nature, a symbol of defiance against the darkness that had consumed the world. "This ends now," she muttered through gritted teeth, her voice barely audible over the chaos. The words were a promise, a declaration of victory, not just for herself, but for every person who had fought and fallen in this war. Her finger hovered over the detonator, her mind racing through the consequences of what she was about to do. There was no turning back. The aliens lunged at her, their eyes burning with a malevolent fury, but Elina didn't flinch. With a deep breath, she pressed the button. The explosion was deafening, a blinding flash of light that consumed everything in its path. The command center shook violently, the walls buckling under the sheer force of the blast. Elina was thrown to the ground, the impact knocking the air from her lungs. She could feel the heat of the flames licking at her skin, the world around her crumbling into chaos. The aliens let out one final, guttural scream before they were swallowed by the inferno. The stronghold collapsed in on itself, a cascade of metal and debris raining down as the structure gave way. Elina lay there for what felt like an eternity, the dust settling around her. Her body ached, her vision blurred, but she was alive. She had done it. The command center was destroyed, and with it, the heart of the alien invasion. The silence that followed was almost surreal, a stark contrast to the cacophony of battle. She struggled to her feet, her legs shaky but determined. The weight of what she had accomplished settled over her, a mix of relief and sorrow. The fight was over, but the cost had been unimaginable. As she stepped out into the open air, the first rays of dawn broke through the horizon. The sky, once darkened by the alien ships, was now clear, a canvas of soft pinks and golds. Elina took a deep breath, the cool morning air filling her lungs. She had done what no one else could. She had turned the tide. And as she looked out at the world, battered but still standing, she knew that humanity would rise again. The sky had turned black, but now it was beginning to lighten. The dawn of a new era was on the horizon. The air was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the distant hum of alien machinery growing louder with every passing second. The Stronghold, once a sanctuary, was now a death trap, its walls groaning under the weight of relentless alien bombardment. The team moved in a tight formation, their footsteps echoing through the crumbling corridors as debris rained down around them. Marcus led the way, his face a mask of determination, though the strain of their situation was evident in the tightness of his jaw. Behind him, Elina clutched her weapon, her eyes darting nervously to every shadow that flickered in the dim emergency lighting. They reached the exit, a jagged hole torn through the reinforced wall by one of the aliens' earlier assaults. Beyond it lay the wilderness, a dark expanse of twisted trees and jagged rocks, illuminated only by the faint glow of the alien ships hovering above. It was their only chance, but as they stepped out into the open, a low, guttural growl echoed from behind them. Turning, they saw the aliens hulking, insect-like creatures with glowing eyes and razor-sharp appendages emerging from the shadows of the Stronghold. They were faster than anyone had anticipated, their movements a horrifying blend of precision and savagery. Marcus froze for a moment, his mind racing. He knew they wouldn't make it if they tried to run together. The aliens were too close, too relentless. Without hesitation, he turned to the team, his voice steady but urgent. "Go, I'll hold them off." Elina's eyes widened, her grip on her weapon tightening. "Marcus, no, we're not leaving you." Her voice cracked under the weight of the moment, the fear and desperation palpable. But Marcus shook his head, his expression resolute. "This is the only way, go." The words hung in the air, heavy with finality. Behind them, the aliens were closing in, their movements quickening as they sensed weakness. Marcus stepped forward, planting himself firmly between the team and their pursuers. His hands tightened around the stock of his rifle, his stance unwavering. He didn't look back as he opened fire, the sharp crack of gunfire filling the night. For a moment, Elina hesitated, her heart torn between the instinct to fight and the reality of their situation. But Marcus's voice cut through her hesitation, sharp and commanding. "Elina, go, now." Reluctantly, she turned, her breaths coming in shallow gasps as she and the rest of the team sprinted into the darkness. Behind them, the sound of Marcus's rifle grew fainter, drowned out by the alien screeches and the sickening crunch of collapsing stone. Elina's mind raced, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind of guilt and fear. She wanted to turn back, to help him, but deep down she knew he was right. This was the only way. The team pushed forward, their movements fueled by sheer adrenaline and the faint hope that Marcus's sacrifice would buy them enough time to escape. The aliens' pursuit was relentless, but Marcus had bought them a precious few moments, and they couldn't waste it. As they disappeared into the cover of the trees, the sound of the Stronghold's final collapse echoed in the distance, a grim reminder of the cost of their survival. In the silence that followed, Elina's mind kept replaying Marcus's final words, his voice a haunting echo in the back of her thoughts. He had given everything to ensure their escape, and now it was up to them to make it count. The weight of his sacrifice pressed heavily on her shoulders, a burden she wasn't sure she could bear. But as the alien ships began to descend, their searchlights cutting through the darkness, she knew they had no choice but to keep moving. The fight wasn't over, not yet. The ship shuddered violently as it broke through the atmosphere, leaving behind the desolate, crumbling world that had nearly become their tomb. The crew sat in stunned silence, the weight of their escape pressing heavily on their chests. Outside the viewport, the planet grew smaller, its surface now scarred by the cataclysm they had barely survived. But amidst the relief of their narrow escape, a hollow ache lingered. Marcus was gone. Elina sat in the corner of the cabin, her hands trembling as she stared at the empty seat beside her. Marcus's absence was a void, a raw wound that refused to heal. Her voice broke the silence, soft but resolute. He gave everything to save us. We can't let his sacrifice be in vain." Her words hung in the air, a solemn promise that seemed to echo through the ship. The others nodded, their faces etched with grief and determination. Marcus had been more than a leader. He had been their anchor, their guiding light in the darkest of times. As the ship hurtled toward Earth, the crew grappled with the bittersweet taste of victory. They had achieved what they set out to do, retrieved the data, uncovered the truth about the planet's destruction, and survived against impossible odds. Yet the cost had been unimaginable. Marcus's absence was a constant reminder of the price they had paid. Elina found herself replaying their final moments on the planet. The ground had been fracturing beneath their feet, the sky burning with unnatural fire. Marcus had stayed behind to manually override the failing systems, buying them the precious seconds they needed to escape. His voice over the comms had been calm, almost reassuring as he told them to go. "Don't look back," he had said, but how could they not? Back on Earth, the reception was a stark contrast to the turmoil inside the ship. Crowds cheered, banners waved, and officials lined up to congratulate the returning heroes. The team was hailed as saviors, their names etched into history. But as they stood on the stage, accepting the accolades, their smiles felt hollow. They had returned victorious, but their hearts were heavy with loss. Elina stepped forward, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions within her. "This victory belongs to Marcus," she said, her words cutting through the celebratory noise. "He gave his life so that we could bring this knowledge home. We owe it to him to ensure that his sacrifice means something, that it changes the course of history." The crowd fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in. For a moment, the triumph of their return was overshadowed by the sobering reality of what it had cost. The team knew their work was far from over. The data they had brought back held the key to preventing further catastrophes, but it also carried the burden of responsibility. They had to ensure that Marcus's death was not just a tragic footnote in history, but a turning point for humanity. As the days turned into weeks, Elina and the team threw themselves into their work, channeling their grief into purpose. They analyzed the data, collaborated with scientists, and presented their findings to world leaders. Every step forward felt like a tribute to Marcus, a way to honor his memory. Yet, in the quiet moments when the weight of their loss threatened to overwhelm them, they found solace in each other. They had been through hell together, and that shared experience forged a bond that was unbreakable. They were more than a team now. They were a family, united by their grief and their determination to carry on. The sky above Earth was calm, a stark contrast to the chaos they had left behind. But as Elina looked up at the stars, she knew that out there, somewhere in the vast expanse of space, Marcus's spirit lived on. His sacrifice had given them a second chance, and they were determined to make it count. The fight was far from over, but they would face it together, carrying Marcus's memory with them every step of the way. As the dust settled and the skies began to clear, Earth started its slow, fragile journey toward healing. The blackened clouds that once choked the atmosphere gradually thinned, allowing the sun to break through for the first time in years. Fields that had been scorched and lifeless showed the first signs of green, tiny sprouts pushing through the cracked soil, as if nature itself was determined to reclaim what had been lost. Rivers, once poisoned and stagnant, flowed again, carrying away the remnants of a war that had scarred the planet to its core. But even as life began to return, the scars remained, deep, unhealed wounds etched into the land and the hearts of those who survived. Elina stood on a hill overlooking what was once a thriving city, now reduced to rubble and ash. The wind carried whispers of the past, echoes of laughter and life that had been silenced forever. She closed her eyes, gripping the pendant she wore, a simple piece of metal, a token from a friend who hadn't made it. "We won," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the rustling of the wind. But at what price? We lost so much. Her words hung heavy in the air, a somber reminder of the cost of victory. Cities had fallen, families had been torn apart, and countless lives had been extinguished. The triumph felt hollow, overshadowed by the weight of so many sacrifices. Across the globe, survivors began to gather, not in celebration but in remembrance. Memorials rose from the ruins, stark and solemn, each one a testament to the lives lost. In what was left of New York, a towering obelisk was erected, its surface engraved with the names of the fallen. In Tokyo, a field of lanterns was lit, each one carrying a message of hope and sorrow. In the heart of Europe, a vast garden was planted, its flowers blooming in every color imaginable, a living tribute to those who had given everything. The world honored them not just as heroes, but as reminders of what had been lost and what could never be regained. Elina walked among the memorials, her hand brushing against the cold stone of a plaque. She read the names aloud, each one a story, a life, a legacy. "We won't forget," she whispered, her voice breaking. "We can't." It was a vow, not just to the dead, but to the living. To the children who would grow up in a world shaped by this war, to the survivors who carried the weight of memory, and to the future generations who would inherit the earth. The scars of the war would remain, etched into the land and the collective consciousness of humanity, but they would also serve as a reminder of the cost of division, of hatred, of war. And a reminder of the strength it took to endure, to rebuild, to hope. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks into months, the world began to move forward, but not without looking back. The fallen were honored in stories, in songs, in the quiet moments when the living paused to remember. Elina found herself speaking more often, sharing her experiences not as a soldier, but as a witness. She spoke of the bravery of those who had fought, the kindness of those who had helped, and the resilience of those who had survived. Her words carried a message of unity, of the need to come together, to protect what had been saved and to honor what had been lost. The healing of Earth was slow, uneven, and at times uncertain, but it was happening, and as the scars of the war began to fade, the memories of those who had fallen remained, etched into the heart of the world. They were not forgotten, they would never be forgotten, and in their memory, the survivors vowed to build a future worthy of their sacrifice, a future of peace, of hope, and of unity. The stillness that had settled over the world after the last crisis was shattered by a faint, almost imperceptible signal, a pulse of energy emanating from the deepest reaches of space. It wasn't loud or intrusive, but it was undeniably deliberate, a rhythmic pattern that defied natural cosmic phenomena. Scientists at the Global Space Monitoring Network were the first to detect it, their instruments picking up the faint echoes of something unnatural. At first, they dismissed it as interference, a glitch in the system. But as the days passed, the signal grew stronger, more defined, and impossible to ignore. Elina stood in the observation room, her eyes fixed on the holographic display projecting the signal's waveform. Her expression was a mix of exhaustion and resolve. "We thought it was over," she murmured, her voice heavy with the weight of unspoken fears. "But it's not. The universe is vast and we're not alone." Her words hung in the air, a stark reminder that humanity's struggles were far from finished. The room fell silent, the implications of her statement sinking in. If the signal was what they feared, a precursor to another threat, then the world was once again on the brink of chaos. The signal itself was unlike anything they'd encountered before. It wasn't a random burst of energy or a distant star's dying gasp. It was structured, almost musical, with a cadence that suggested intelligence behind its transmission. Dr. Raj Patel, the lead astrophysicist, described it as a cosmic whisper, a message from the void that was both beautiful and terrifying. "This isn't just noise," he explained, pointing to the screen. It has patterns, repetitions, whoever or whatever sent this wanted it to be found. As news of the signal spread, governments around the world began to mobilize. Emergency meetings were convened, old alliances rekindled, and contingency plans dusted off. The scars of the last conflict were still fresh, and no one was eager to relive the devastation. But this time there was a sense of grim determination. Humanity had survived once, they could do it again. Cities buzzed with activity as defense systems were upgraded, supply chains fortified, and evacuation routes mapped out. The world was preparing for the unknown, bracing itself for what might come next. Meanwhile, Elina and her team worked tirelessly to decode the signal. Every hour brought new challenges as the complexity of the transmission became apparent. It wasn't just a message, it was a puzzle layered with meanings and hidden codes. Some believed it was a warning, a beacon sent by a distant civilization to alert others of an impending danger. Others feared it was a lure, a trap set by an advanced alien species with unknown intentions. Elina, ever the pragmatist, refused to jump to conclusions. "We don't have the luxury of fear," she told her team. "We need answers, not speculation." Theories abounded, each more unsettling than the last. Could this be the return of the entities that had threatened Earth before? Or was it something entirely new, a force beyond human comprehension? The uncertainty gnawed at the edges of everyone's thoughts, but there was no time to dwell on it. The signal was growing stronger, its source moving closer. Whatever was out there, it was coming, and humanity had to be ready. As the days turned into weeks, the signal became a rallying cry, a reminder of the fragility of existence in a universe teeming with unknowns. People looked to the stars with a mix of awe and dread, wondering what lay beyond the void. Elina often found herself gazing at the night sky, her mind racing with questions. What were they dealing with this time? Could they survive another encounter with the unknown? And most importantly, were they truly alone in the cosmos? Or was this the beginning of a new chapter in humanity's fight for survival? The world held its breath, waiting for the next signal, the next clue. But one thing was certain, the battle wasn't over. The universe had spoken, and humanity would answer no matter the cost. Elina stood before the gathered leaders of Earth, her voice steady but filled with a quiet urgency that resonated through the chamber. "We've faced the darkness once," she began, her gaze sweeping across the room. "But we can't afford to wait for it to find us again. If we want to survive, we need to step into the unknown, into the stars. It's there that we'll find the tools, the allies, and the strength to defend our home." Her words sparked something deep within the assembly, a collective realization that the old ways of thinking, of waiting, of reacting were no longer enough. The scars of the last battle were still fresh, the memories of loss and fear etched into every nation. But Elina's vision offered more than just survival. It promised a future where humanity wasn't merely a target but a force to be reckoned with. The initiative she proposed was bold, audacious even. It called for the unification of Earth's resources, pooling the brightest minds and most advanced technologies into a single, coordinated effort. Scientists, engineers, and explorers from every corner of the globe were summoned to contribute. For the first time in history, rival nations set aside their differences, recognizing that the stakes were too high for division. The world's governments, once fractured by borders and ideologies, now stood together, united by a common purpose. Elina's plan was twofold. First, she sought to push the boundaries of human exploration, sending missions beyond the solar system to chart new territories and seek out potential allies. The vastness of space, she argued, was not just a void to be feared but a frontier brimming with possibilities. There are civilizations out there, she reminded them, ones who may have faced threats like ours or worse. If we can find them, if we can learn from them, we might just find the tools we need to protect ourselves. The second part of her initiative focused on innovation. Earth's greatest minds were tasked with developing technologies that could give humanity an edge against future threats. From advanced propulsion systems to defensive shields, the goal was to create a new generation of tools that could turn the tide in humanity's favor. Workshops and laboratories buzzed with activity, their walls adorned with blueprints and equations that hinted at the future. It was a race against time, but also against the unknown, a challenge that inspired both fear and exhilaration. As the weeks turned into months, the world began to change. Spaceports that had once been symbols of national pride now bore the emblem of Earth itself, a blue and green sphere encircled by stars. Ships that had been designed for exploration were retrofitted with new technologies, their hulls gleaming with the promise of discovery. The people, too, felt the shift. What had begun as a distant hope had become a shared mission, a dream that transcended borders and languages. Elina, though, remained the heart of it all. Her leadership was not just about strategy or vision, it was about inspiration. She visited the labs, spoke to the engineers, and even trained alongside the astronauts who would carry humanity's hopes into the stars. This isn't just about survival, she told them one evening, her voice carrying the weight of conviction. It's about proving that we're more than what we've been. That we can rise above our fears, our flaws, and become something greater. Her words echoed far beyond the walls of the training facility. They reached the farmers in their fields, the teachers in their classrooms, the children who looked up at the night sky and wondered what lay beyond. The world, once divided by its differences, now found strength in its unity. And as the first ships prepared to launch, their engines humming with anticipation, it was clear that Elina's vision had ignited something profound, a spark of hope that would light the way into the unknown. The command center was alive with a hum of anticipation, a symphony of beeping consoles and murmured calculations. Elina stood at the center of it all, her presence a calming force amidst the chaos. Her voice, steady and resolute, cut through the tension like a beacon. "This is just the beginning," she said, her words carrying the weight of centuries of human curiosity and determination. "We have a whole universe to explore, and we're not going to let fear stop us." The room fell silent for a moment, as if the gravity of her words had paused time itself. Then, with a collective breath, the team returned to their tasks, each movement precise, each decision deliberate. The countdown began. The ship, a marvel of engineering and human ingenuity, stood ready on the launch pad. Its sleek design was a testament to years of collaboration, innovation, and sacrifice. This wasn't just a vessel, it was a promise to push beyond the boundaries of what humanity had ever known. Elina's hands hovered over the controls, her fingers steady despite the weight of the moment. She had trained for this, dreamed of this, and now, as the engines roared to life, she felt a surge of purpose that eclipsed any lingering doubt. The launch was flawless. The ship ascended through the atmosphere, leaving behind the familiar blue of Earth and breaking into the vast, inky expanse of space. For a moment, the crew sat in stunned silence, the enormity of what they had just accomplished sinking in. They were no longer bound by the gravity of their home world. Ahead of them lay the unknown, a canvas of stars and possibilities waiting to be explored. Elina's voice broke the silence, calm yet filled with a quiet excitement. "We're on our way," she said, her gaze fixed on the swirling void ahead. "This is more than a mission. It's a step into the future, a future where humanity isn't confined to one planet, one star system. We're explorers, pioneers, and this is our chance to see what lies beyond the horizon." Her words resonated with the crew, each member feeling the pull of the infinite stretching out before them. As the ship settled into its course, the crew began their tasks, each one vital to the success of the mission. Sensors scanned for anomalies, navigation systems plotted their trajectory, and life support systems hummed with quiet efficiency. Yet, despite the routine, there was an undercurrent of excitement, a shared sense of wonder that bound them together. They were not just a team, they were a family, united by a common purpose and a shared dream. The ship's course was set for a distant star system, one that had been identified as a potential candidate for habitable planets. It was a journey that would take years, even with the advanced propulsion systems at their disposal. But time, Elina knew, was a small price to pay for the chance to discover something truly extraordinary. As she looked out at the stars, she felt a profound sense of connection not just to her crew, but to the countless generations who had looked up at the night sky and wondered what lay beyond. "This is just the beginning," she had said, and now, as the ship hurtled through the void, those words felt more true than ever. The universe was vast, its mysteries endless, but humanity had taken its first step into the unknown. And as long as there were those willing to dream, to explore, and to push beyond the limits of fear, there would always be new horizons to chase. The atmosphere aboard the ship shifted from one of tension to cautious optimism as the crew received an unexpected transmission. It wasn't a distress signal or a threat, it was a greeting. The alien species, composed of beings with shimmering, translucent skin that seemed to catch and reflect light like prisms, introduced themselves as the Luminari. Their voices, melodic and soothing, carried a sense of calm that immediately set the crew at ease. They spoke of unity, of shared struggles against the darkness that had begun to consume the galaxy. "We have been watching your journey," their leader, a tall, luminous figure named Zyra, communicated. "You are not alone in this fight. Together we can face whatever comes next." Elina, standing at the helm, felt a surge of hope she hadn't allowed herself to feel in weeks. "This changes everything," she murmured, her voice steady but filled with quiet determination. The crew exchanged glances, a mix of relief and disbelief in their eyes. For the first time since the sky turned black, the weight of isolation began to lift. The Luminaries' arrival wasn't just a stroke of luck, it was a turning point. Their advanced technology, honed over millennia, offered solutions to problems the crew had barely begun to understand. They spoke of energy sources that could power entire fleets, of shields that could withstand the gravitational chaos of collapsing stars, and of a network of allies scattered across the galaxy, each fighting their own battles against the encroaching void. As the alliance began to take shape, the crew found themselves immersed in a whirlwind of collaboration. The Luminaries shared their knowledge freely, teaching the humans how to harness the crystalline energy they had mastered. In return, the humans offered their ingenuity, their adaptability, and their unyielding spirit. It was a partnership built on mutual respect and a shared goal: survival. Elina, ever the diplomat, worked tirelessly to bridge the gap between their two cultures, ensuring that every decision was made with care and consideration. "This isn't just about us," she reminded the crew. "It's about everyone who's still out there fighting to hold onto the light." One of the most profound moments came when the Luminari revealed their history, a tale of resilience and unity that mirrored the humans' own struggles. They spoke of a time when their world was on the brink of collapse, their sun fading and their people fractured. But through cooperation and unwavering hope, they had not only survived but thrived. "The darkness is vast," Zyra said, her voice resonating with a quiet strength. "But so is the light, and it is in the light that we find our strength." Her words struck a chord with everyone present, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming odds, there was always a way forward. As the two groups worked together, a sense of camaraderie began to form. The Luminaries' presence brought a renewed sense of purpose to the mission. No longer were they a lone ship adrift in a hostile galaxy. They were part of something greater, a coalition of survivors united by a common cause. The alliance was still in its early stages, but the foundation had been laid. Together, they began to map out a strategy, combining their resources and expertise to confront the anomalies that threatened to tear the galaxy apart. For Elina, the Alliance represented more than just a strategic advantage. It was a symbol of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there were still those who refused to give up. "This is just the beginning," she told the crew, her voice filled with quiet resolve. "We've found allies, but the fight is far from over. Together, we'll face whatever comes next." And as the crew looked to the stars, they couldn't help but feel a flicker of optimism. The sky might still be black, but for the first time in a long time, it felt like the dawn was within reach. The air in the command center was thick with tension as the Alliance gathered around the holographic display, their faces illuminated by the flickering blue light. Elina stood at the forefront, her sharp eyes scanning the data streaming across the screen. "This isn't just another skirmish," she said, her voice low but urgent. "What we're seeing here, it's a pattern, a trail leading to something far worse than we've faced before." The room fell silent as the implications of her words sank in. For weeks they had been fighting scattered remnants of the enemy, but now a chilling truth was coming into focus. The attacks weren't random, they were orchestrated. And the orchestrator was still out there, hidden in the shadows, pulling the strings. Elina leaned forward, pointing to a cluster of red dots on the map. "These aren't just isolated incidents, they're probes, tests to see how we respond. Whoever's behind this, they're watching us, studying us, and if we don't act soon, they'll strike with everything they've got." The Alliance members exchanged uneasy glances. They had faced danger before, but this was different. This wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a race against time to uncover the truth before it was too late. The evidence was undeniable. Reports from recon teams, intercepted communications, and strange energy signatures all pointed to a single, terrifying conclusion. The enemy they had been fighting was merely a pawn in a much larger game. Somewhere out there, in the vast expanse of space, a greater threat loomed, one capable of overwhelming even the most prepared defenses. Elina's voice cut through the silence. "We need to be ready. This could be the biggest challenge yet. If we underestimate them, we'll lose everything." The Alliance sprang into action, their movements sharp and deliberate. Supply lines were reinforced, defenses fortified, and scouts dispatched to gather more intelligence. Every decision, every resource allocation was made with the looming threat in mind. They couldn't afford to waste a single moment. In the war room, Elina and her closest advisors pored over maps and schematics, strategizing for the battles to come. "We need to hit them before they hit us," one of the advisors suggested. "If we can disrupt their operations, we might buy ourselves some time," but Elina shook her head. "We don't even know what we're up against yet. Charging in blindly would be suicide. No, we need to be smarter than that. We need to outthink them." She turned to the holographic display, her mind racing. "We'll start by gathering more intel. We need to know their weaknesses, their patterns, anything that can give us an edge, and once we do, we'll strike with precision." As the Alliance prepared, a sense of unease lingered in the air. They had faced impossible odds before, but this time the stakes were higher than ever. The enemy in the shadows wasn't just a threat to their survival, it was a threat to everything they had fought to protect. Elina's words echoed in their minds as they worked through the night. This could be the biggest challenge yet, and they all knew deep down that she was right. The battles they had fought so far were only the beginning. The real war was just about to begin. The tension in the void of space was palpable, a heavy silence broken only by the faint hum of the Alliance's ships as they hovered in formation. The stars themselves seemed to dim, as if the cosmos held its breath, and then it appeared, a colossal entity, a swirling mass of darkness and light that defied comprehension. This wasn't just another enemy, this was something ancient, something primordial, a force that seemed to exist beyond time and space. Elina's voice cut through the stillness, steady yet urgent. "This is it," she said, her words carrying the weight of inevitability. "The final test. If we fail, the universe falls." The sheer scale of the entity was staggering. It wasn't just large, it was infinite, a being that seemed to stretch across the very fabric of reality. Its form shifted constantly, a chaotic dance of energy and matter that made it impossible to predict its next move. The Alliance, once a formidable force of unity and determination, now felt like a fragile flicker of light against an endless abyss. Yet there was no time for doubt. No time for hesitation. This was the moment they had been preparing for, the culmination of every sacrifice, every battle, every hard-won victory. Elina's mind raced as she assessed the situation. This wasn't a fight that could be won through brute force alone. The entity wasn't just a physical threat, it was a metaphysical one, a force that seemed to feed on fear, doubt, and chaos. The Alliance needed a strategy that went beyond conventional warfare. They needed to strike at the very essence of this being, to disrupt the patterns that held it together. "We're not just fighting for survival," she said, her voice rising above the murmurs of uncertainty. "We're fighting for the soul of existence itself. If we let fear take hold, we've already lost." The Alliance rallied, their resolve hardening like tempered steel. Ships moved into position, their weapons systems glowing with newfound purpose. Scientists and engineers worked furiously, adapting their technology to counteract the entity's unpredictable nature. Pilots steadied their hands on the controls, their eyes locked on the swirling mass ahead. And among them, Elina stood as a beacon of hope, her presence a reminder of what they were fighting for. Not just their lives, but the lives of countless others across the universe. As the battle began, the entity unleashed waves of energy that rippled through space, distorting reality itself. Ships were thrown off course, their systems flickering under the strain. Yet the Alliance held firm. They fought not as separate factions, but as one united force, each member drawing strength from the others. Elina's leadership was unwavering, her commands sharp and decisive. "Focus your fire on the core," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. "We need to disrupt its energy flow before it overwhelms us." The core of the entity pulsed with an eerie light, a swirling vortex of power that seemed to defy the laws of physics. The Alliance's weapons struck it with precision, their combined firepower creating ripples in the entity's form. Yet, for every blow they landed, the entity seemed to grow stronger, its energy surging like a tidal wave. It was as if the very act of fighting it fed its power, a cruel twist that threatened to undermine their efforts. But Elina had anticipated this. She knew they couldn't rely on conventional tactics alone. "Switch to phase modulation," she ordered, her voice cutting through the cacophony of alarms and explosions. "We need to disrupt its resonance frequency. If we can destabilize its core, we can weaken it." The Alliance's ships adjusted their weapons, their energy beams shifting to match the entity's frequency. The effect was immediate. The entity's form began to waver, its chaotic energy faltering under the strain. For the first time, it seemed vulnerable. The Alliance pressed their advantage, their attacks growing more focused and relentless. Yet, even as they gained ground, the entity fought back with a ferocity that defied comprehension. The battle was far from over, and the stakes had never been higher. Elina's mind raced as she coordinated the assault, her every decision carrying the weight of the universe. This was more than just a fight, it was a test of their unity, their resolve, their very will to survive. And as the Alliance rallied for the ultimate showdown, one truth became clear. They were not just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for the future of all existence. And failure was not an option. The tension in the war room was palpable, a heavy silence broken only by the faint hum of the ship's engines and the occasional beep of a console. On the massive holographic display, the cosmic entity loomed, its form shifting and writhing like a storm made flesh. Despite the combined firepower of the Alliance's fleet, their attacks seemed to do little more than irritate the creature. Energy beams that could vaporize entire planets merely glanced off its surface, and missiles detonated harmlessly against its shimmering, otherworldly skin. The entity was not just powerful, it was nearly invulnerable. Elina stood at the center of the room, her eyes locked on the display. Her mind raced, piecing together fragments of data, observations, and theories. She had spent weeks studying the entity, trying to understand its weaknesses, its patterns, its nature. But every time she thought she had a grasp on it, the creature defied logic, bending reality itself to its will. Now, as the Alliance's forces struggled to make even a dent, she knew they couldn't win through brute force alone. They needed something more, something bold. Something desperate. We need to hit it with everything we've got, she said, her voice cutting through the tension like a blade. This is our only shot. Her words hung in the air, a stark reminder of the stakes. If they failed here, there would be no second chances. The entity would consume everything, planets, stars, entire galaxies. It was a predator on a cosmic scale, and humanity, along with the rest of the Alliance, was just another morsel in its path. The room erupted into murmurs as the leaders of the various factions exchanged uneasy glances. Some questioned the feasibility of Elina's plan, while others doubted whether they even had the resources to pull it off. But Elina's resolve was unshakable. She had seen the data, run the simulations, and knew that this was their best and perhaps only hope. The plan was risky, bordering on suicidal, but the alternative was unthinkable. At the heart of her strategy was the idea of overwhelming the entity with a simultaneous, multi-pronged assault. Every ship, every weapon, every soldier would be deployed in a coordinated strike aimed at exploiting the creature's one potential weakness, its core. Deep within its swirling, chaotic form lay a nexus of energy, a source of power that seemed to anchor the entity to their reality. If they could disrupt that core, they might be able to destabilize the creature or even destroy it entirely. But getting to the core would require breaching its defenses, a task that seemed impossible given how effortlessly it had shrugged off their previous attacks. The plan hinged on precision and timing. First, the fleet would launch a diversionary assault, drawing the entity's attention and forcing it to expend energy defending itself. Then, a smaller, more agile strike team led by Elina herself would attempt to penetrate its outer layers and reach the core. It was a long shot, but it was the only shot they had. As the fleet prepared for the assault, Elina couldn't shake the feeling of dread that gnawed at her. She had faced impossible odds before, but this was different. This wasn't just a battle for survival, it was a battle for the very fabric of existence. And yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was a glimmer of hope. They had come this far, united against a common enemy. They had fought, bled, and sacrificed together. And if there was one thing humanity and their allies had proven time and time again, it was that they were capable of achieving the impossible. The holographic display flickered as the first wave of ships moved into position. The entity loomed larger than ever, its form pulsing with an eerie, otherworldly light. Elina took a deep breath, her fingers tightening around the controls of her ship. This was it, the moment of truth, the moment that would determine the fate of everything they had ever known. The countdown began, and the room fell silent once more. Every eye was fixed on the display, every breath held in anticipation. And then, with a deafening roar, the fleet surged forward, their weapons blazing as they charged headlong into the heart of the storm. The battle had begun, and there was no turning back. The air crackled with tension as the Alliance stood at the edge of the battlefield, their makeshift weapons still glowing faintly from the energy they had poured into their attack. The entity loomed in the distance, its form flickering and unstable, but still very much alive. It was weaker, yes, but far from defeated. Its shadowy tendrils writhed in the air like wounded snakes, thrashing as if in defiance of their efforts. Elina turned to the group, her voice steady but urgent. "We need to finish this," she said, her eyes scanning the faces of her allies. "If we don't, it'll come back stronger than ever. This is our only chance." The words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of what was at stake. They had gambled everything on this plan, and for a moment it had seemed to work. The entity had staggered under the force of their combined assault, its once impenetrable defenses crumbling. But now, as it began to regenerate, the reality of their situation became painfully clear. This wasn't just a battle, it was a race against time. Every second they hesitated was another moment for the entity to recover, to adapt, to grow stronger. The Alliance knew what they had to do. This wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about ensuring that the entity could never rise again. Elina's call to action galvanized the group. They moved quickly, their movements sharp and purposeful as they prepared for the final assault. Weapons were checked, ammo reloaded, and protective gear secured. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and scorched earth, a grim reminder of the chaos they had already endured, but there was no time to dwell on the past. Every eye was fixed on the entity, its pulsating form a dark stain against the horizon. It was wounded, yes, but still dangerous, still unpredictable. And that unpredictability was what made it so terrifying. As they finalized their preparations, Elina took a moment to address the group. "This isn't just about us," she said, her voice cutting through the tension. "If we fail here, everything we've fought for, everything we've lost, will have been for nothing. This thing doesn't just want to destroy us, it wants to consume everything. And if we don't stop it now, there won't be anything left to save." Her words were met with grim nods, the weight of their mission settling over them like a shroud. They knew what was at stake. They had seen the devastation the entity could cause, and they knew that this was their last, best chance to end it. The plan was simple in theory, but fraught with risk. They would hit the entity with everything they had, targeting its core in a coordinated strike. If they could disrupt its energy flow, they might be able to destabilize it completely. But timing was everything. Too soon and the entity would recover, too late and it might adapt to their tactics, and if they failed, well, failure wasn't an option. Not now, not when they were so close. As the Alliance moved into position, a tense silence fell over the battlefield. The only sounds were the faint hum of their weapons and the distant, guttural growls of the entity as it struggled to regroup. Every second felt like an eternity, every heartbeat a reminder of the thin line they were walking. But there was no turning back now. The final assault was about to begin, and with it, the fate of their world would be decided. The air was thick with tension as the Alliance gathered on the edge of the battlefield, their resolve unshakable but their hearts heavy with the weight of what was to come. The entity loomed in the distance, a shadowy mass of swirling darkness that seemed to devour the very light around it. Elina stepped forward, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. "This is for everyone we've lost," she declared, her words carrying the weight of countless sacrifices. "This is for the future." Her voice didn't tremble, didn't falter. It was a call to arms, a reminder of why they fought, not just for survival, but for the hope of something better. The first wave of the Alliance surged forward, a tide of determination crashing against the entity's defenses. Weapons gleamed in the dim light, their surfaces reflecting the faces of those who wielded them, faces etched with fear, with anger, with resolve. The clash was immediate and brutal. The entity's tendrils lashed out, swift and merciless, tearing through the front lines with terrifying ease. Screams echoed across the battlefield, a grim symphony of pain and defiance. But the Alliance didn't break. They couldn't, not now, not when so much was at stake. Elina moved like a whirlwind, her every step deliberate, her every strike precise. She fought not just with her body, but with her spirit, channeling the grief of those lost into a relentless drive to protect those still standing. Around her, the battle raged on, a chaotic dance of light and shadow. Explosions lit up the sky, the ground shook with the force of colliding energies, and the air itself seemed to crackle with the intensity of the fight. It was a war of attrition, each side pushing the other to their limits. The losses were staggering. Entire units were wiped out in moments, their sacrifices marked only by the silence that followed. Yet for every life lost, the Alliance pressed on, their determination fueled by the memory of those who had fallen. They fought not just for themselves, but for the world they hoped to save, a world free from the entity's grasp. The stakes had never been higher, and the cost of failure was unthinkable. As the battle wore on, the line between victory and defeat grew thinner. The entity's power seemed unrelenting, its attacks growing more ferocious with each passing moment. But the Alliance refused to yield. They adapted, they strategized, they fought with everything they had. Elina's leadership was a beacon in the chaos, her presence a reminder that even in the darkest moments there was still hope. "Hold the line," she shouted, her voice cutting through the din. "We're not done yet." The fight was far from over, but the Alliance was far from broken. They had come too far, endured too much to give up now. And as the battle raged on, a single truth became clear. This was more than a fight for survival. It was a fight for the very soul of humanity, and they would not lose, not today, not ever. The battlefield fell silent, the air thick with the acrid scent of burning debris and the faint hum of dissipating energy. The entity, once a towering, incomprehensible force of destruction, now lay shattered, its form dissolving into nothingness. Elina stood amidst the ruins, her hands trembling as she lowered her weapon. The weight of the moment pressed down on her, a mixture of relief and sorrow that no words could fully capture. "We won," she said, her voice steady but heavy with emotion, but the price was high. "We can't forget what it took to get here." Around her, the survivors began to emerge from the shadows, their faces etched with exhaustion and disbelief. The Alliance, once a fragile coalition of strangers, had endured unimaginable losses. Families, friends, and comrades had fallen, their sacrifices forever etched into the fabric of this victory. The cost was undeniable, a stark reminder that triumph often comes at a steep and painful price. As the dust settled, the survivors began to gather, their movements slow and deliberate. The destruction around them was staggering, entire cities reduced to rubble, landscapes scarred by the entity's wrath. Yet, amid the devastation, there was a glimmer of hope. The Alliance had faced the unimaginable and emerged united, their bonds forged in the crucible of shared suffering. Elina took a deep breath, her gaze sweeping over the remnants of their world. "We've lost so much," she continued, her voice carrying across the quiet battlefield. "But we've also gained something invaluable, each other. This victory isn't just about survival. It's about what we've become together, stronger, resilient, ready to rebuild." The survivors nodded, their expressions shifting from despair to determination. The road ahead would be long and arduous, but they were no longer strangers fighting for individual survival. They were a collective, a force united by a common purpose. The Alliance began to organize, their efforts focused on healing the wounds of their world and ensuring that the sacrifices of the fallen were not in vain. In the days that followed, the work began in earnest. Makeshift shelters were erected, supplies distributed, and the first steps toward rebuilding taken. The Alliance's leaders convened, their discussions no longer centered on strategies of war but on plans for renewal. They knew that the scars of this battle would never fully fade, but they also understood that these scars would serve as a reminder, a testament to their resilience and their refusal to succumb to despair. Elina found herself at the heart of these efforts, her leadership more vital than ever. She moved among the survivors, offering words of encouragement and lending a hand wherever it was needed. Her presence was a source of strength, a living embodiment of the Alliance's unyielding spirit. As night fell on the first day of their new beginning, Elina stood atop a hill overlooking the rebuilding efforts. The stars above seemed brighter than before, their light piercing through the lingering haze of destruction. She closed her eyes, allowing herself a moment of quiet reflection. The journey had been brutal, the losses staggering, but they had prevailed. And in that victory, she found not just hope, but a renewed sense of purpose. The Alliance was stronger than ever, not because of their numbers or their resources, but because of the unbreakable bonds they had formed. Together, they would rebuild. Together, they would honor the fallen. And together, they would ensure that the entity's brief reign of terror would never be forgotten, not as a tale of despair, but as a story of resilience, unity, and the indomitable spirit of those who refused to surrender. As the dust settled and the skies began to clear, Earth emerged not just as a survivor, but as a beacon of hope for the entire galaxy. The scars of the apocalypse were still visible, etched into the land and the memories of those who had endured, but they served as powerful reminders of humanity's resilience. Elina stood at the forefront of this new era, her voice steady and filled with conviction as she addressed the gathered survivors. "We've faced the worst the universe has to offer," she declared, "and we've come out stronger. The future is ours to shape." Her words echoed across the ruined cities and barren landscapes, carrying a message of unity and determination that resonated far beyond the confines of Earth. This wasn't just about rebuilding what had been lost, it was about reimagining what humanity could become. The trials they had endured had stripped away old divisions, forcing people to rely on one another in ways they never had before. Nations that once stood in opposition now worked side by side, pooling their resources and knowledge to create something entirely new. The remnants of humanity had become a single, unified force, bound together by their shared struggle and their refusal to be broken. It was a transformation that hadn't come easily, but it was one that would define them for generations to come. Earth's story became a rallying cry for other civilizations scattered across the stars. Word of humanity's survival and their determination to thrive spread like wildfire, carried by the few who had managed to escape the planet during the darkest days. These survivors, now scattered across the galaxy, shared tales of Earth's resilience, painting a picture of a world that refused to be extinguished. To those who had lost hope, Earth became a symbol of what was possible, proof that even in the face of unimaginable devastation, life could endure and even flourish. The planet itself began to change too. Where once there had been desolation, new growth began to sprout. Forests reclaimed abandoned cities, their roots winding through cracked asphalt and crumbling buildings. Rivers that had run dry with the collapse of ecosystems began to flow again, fed by rains that no longer carried the taint of pollution. Earth was healing, and in doing so, it became a living testament to the power of perseverance. It was as if the planet itself was standing in solidarity with its inhabitants, a silent partner in their journey toward renewal. Elina's vision for the future was rooted in this newfound unity. She spoke of a galaxy where civilizations no longer viewed each other with suspicion or fear, but as allies in a shared quest for survival and growth. "We've learned the hard way that isolation leads to extinction," she said, her voice carrying the weight of experience. "But together, we can build something greater than any of us could achieve alone." Her words struck a chord not just with the survivors on Earth, but with those who heard them from afar. They were a call to action, a reminder that the challenges they faced were not insurmountable, not as long as they faced them together. As the first starships began to leave Earth's atmosphere once more, carrying emissaries to distant worlds, it was clear that humanity's role in the galaxy had changed. No longer were they just one species among countless others, struggling to carve out a place in the cosmos. They had become something more, a symbol of hope, a testament to the strength that could be found in unity. And as Elina looked out over the horizon, her eyes filled with a quiet determination, it was impossible not to feel a sense of possibility stirring in the air. The future was uncertain, but it was theirs to shape, and they were ready to meet it head-on. As the final moments of the story unfold, Elina stands alone on the edge of what remains of the world, gazing up at the vast expanse of stars that now pierce through the once impenetrable darkness. Her face, illuminated by the faint glow of the restored light, carries an expression that's equal parts exhaustion and resolve. The journey has been long, fraught with loss and unimaginable challenges, but here, in this quiet moment, there's a stillness that feels almost sacred. Her voice, steady and strong, breaks the silence as she speaks to the infinite cosmos above. The sky may have turned black, she says, her words carrying the weight of everything she's endured, but we brought the light back. And we'll keep fighting, no matter what comes next. Her declaration isn't just a statement of victory, it's a promise to the people who stood by her side, to those who didn't live to see this day, and to the generations who will come after. It's a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming darkness, humanity's capacity for resilience and hope is a force that can never be extinguished. The screen begins to fade, the stars dimming ever so slightly as the scene transitions, but the feeling lingers. A sense of triumph that's tempered by the knowledge that the fight isn't over. It's a bittersweet ending, one that leaves the listener with a profound mix of emotions, pride in what's been accomplished, and an unshakable anticipation for what lies ahead. This conclusion isn't just about wrapping up the story, it's about leaving the audience with something to carry forward. The journey Elina and her companions embarked on wasn't just about survival, it was about rediscovering what it means to be human. It was about finding light in the darkest of places, not just in the literal sense, but in the bonds forged, the sacrifices made, and the unyielding spirit that kept them moving forward. As the screen fades to black, the listener is left with a question that echoes long after the story ends. What would I have done in their place? What light would I have fought to bring back? The beauty of this ending lies in its open-endedness. It doesn't tie everything up in a neat bow. Instead, it invites reflection. It challenges the audience to think about their own resilience, their own capacity to face the unknown, and their own ability to bring light into the world, no matter how dark things may seem. It's a powerful reminder that stories like this, stories of survival, hope, and determination, aren't just meant to entertain, they're meant to inspire. To remind us that even in our darkest moments, we have the power to create change, to fight for what matters, and to keep moving forward, no matter how impossible the odds may seem. As the credits roll and the music swells, the sense of triumph isn't just for Elina and her companions, it's for all of us. It's a celebration of the human spirit, a testament to our ability to rise above even the most dire circumstances. And as the final notes fade into silence, the listener is left with one undeniable truth: the fight isn't over, and neither is the story. The sky may have turned black, but the light we bring, the light we choose to create, will always be enough to guide us forward.